difference. I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
Oh, that's definitely getting muted. What's going on, everybody? I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to another episode. Welcome to another stream. Hello, wherever and whenever you are. Today we're going to go over the final day, the last day at the DNC here, where Kamala Harris accepts the nomination, and the coconut era will begin. Apparently there's a couple things going on. Apparently Pink is singing right now. There are rumors, there are inklings that Beyonce is going to be up on stage here in just a bit. That's also getting muted, but we can talk about it a little bit. We talk about a little bit a couple things while that's happening. We have some stuff to talk about, but I should be I was getting everything situated in my life and in the back end getting videos that I didn't get done a little while ago before I took my break from my mental health done. I think there's like one or two more. I think there's two more that need to get done, and then we're gonna get up to new videos that we're going to be making here in a bit from this stream and the streams moving forward. So I hope you all are excited for that. Let me pull up my little playlist right here. We're not going to be playing much music, at least at the moment, but I want to pull this up for like afterwards because well, please. Okay, yeah, there we go. We're playing that afterwards. Let me open this up and pull this. There we go. You, put you over here. Beautiful, great work, amazing stuff. Love to see it. We can open this up. All right. All right. Do skein. Ah, perfect. Oh yeah, you don't need to be here either. What the heck is that? You see that? What is that thing? What is that thing up there? Hello? Wait, what is that thing? Is that like video captures? Is that like game capture or something? Where is that? What are you? It is game capture. There we go. There, boom, off. Okay. A little bit of house cleaning before we get started. I need to shout out some people who donated that I wasn't able to shout out like at the very end. For one, Seaman Noah, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Been missing your voice in the space. Rip fit. Yeah, rip the fit, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Win B, thank you so much for the tier 2. Ms. Trez Lynn, thank you so much for the tier 2 as well. I really appreciate you for that. Thank you. Somnio Static, thank you for the tier 1. Spook Punk, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Thank you. Disaster Nick for the 25, thank you. King Jar Jerk, thank you for the 5. Dr. Jackie, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Welcome back. I'm happy to be back. Thank you so much. Colatic, thank you so much for the tier 1, and Two Dads Smoochin for the tier 3. Thank you all for the love. Thank you for that. Now let me get through these. These are the ones that I wasn't able to shout out last time because they happened at the very end of the stream. But that should be everybody. Everybody should be shouted out and supported now. Thank you. It seems like Pink is done singing. Thank God. My channel will not be obliterated from orbit anymore. That's a great thing to see. That's a great thing to hear. But yeah, why do they have safety helmets on? It's like obviously just for the balloons that are like tied above the ceiling. Who knows if somebody like Donald Trump snuck like quick drying cement inside the balloon? You never know. Okay. Those are the construction workers who are here to support Kamala Harris. Professional porta potty users for Kamala Harris. That's an incredible lobby group and voter group that needs to Kamala Harris needs to lock down. So we're glad that happened. We're perfectly happy that happened. Is the famous Pink from Pink Floyd? No. Mr. Floyd died 25 years ago. That's his daughter, Pink. They thought I'd be out of commission for the whole week, but nah. Oh yeah, absolutely. What's going on now? There's not a detailed like itinerary.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
All right, Kelly's back. Kelly's up. Chat, do we really care about what Kelly has to say? Let's just be honest with ourselves. I think the answer is probably no. But you know. How bad? Oh yeah, that's an interesting question. How bad are the implications for RFK dropping out endorsing Trump? Okay, so let's talk about a couple of things, okay? Third parties do usually take some. Dude, he really does have elf ears. That's so crazy. Does that happen to you in space? Did he travel so fast that the G forces elongated his earlobes? That's crazy, man. Anyways, I think he's a cool guy though. Well, mostly a cool guy, except for the whole labor thing. Third parties do usually take some amount of votes from the two main party candidates. And in RFK's case, he used to be a Democrat. Now he positioned himself as a low IQ, like independent But now we're very clear after that leaked call and him wanting to get a job in Trump's administration that he's just a partisan hack for the Republican Party at the end of the day, whose main goal for being in the race was to get Joe Biden to lose by taking votes from him by using his name as a Kennedy to drag down the Democratic ticket. Because people will be like, oh, Kennedy, cool. Because there's actually a substantial amount of people in the country. I think about 20% of people confuse RFK Jr. with his father, actual RFK, who was shot and killed, which is really funny, but actually bad for when you think about the implications for like a large dynasty Democrat name being used in that way. So to begin with, RFK took a lot of votes from Joe Biden. He also took votes from Donald Trump, but most of his votes were coming from people who, if Biden wasn't at the top of the ticket, would at least consider voting for a Democrat. Now, after Kamala Harris hopped into the race and Joe Biden perished by Nancy Pelosi's hand, on Nancy Pelosi's blade, he was struck down. The Kamala Harris picked up a lot of those votes of people who were voting for Junior, and that did account for some of her rise. She did also take some votes from Donald Trump as well, but now people are imagining that the rest of those votes that are sitting for RFK at the moment are probably going to go to Donald Trump, and I do believe that's right. But the majority of the votes, like, I mean, more than 50% when I say majority, we're not sure exactly. Polls have come out since Biden had dropped out of the race that have kind of gone back and forth with what exactly they're going to, like, what exactly those voters are going to do. And it's hard to know exactly what will happen until it actually happens. But from what we've seen, and when we push RFK voters, like, and like when you look at head-to-head polls where it's just Trump and Harris, and also like when you look at full field polls, and then when you ask RFK voters or like people who say they're going to vote for RFK, what do they think when pushed to one candidate or the other? A lot of those people split still to this very day about 50-50. About 50-50. It's more like 55-45, maybe like 60-40 for Trump than for Harris. And so I expect Donald Trump to get some boost when RFK drops out of the race. But with that being said, I don't think it's going to be a very substantial boost. What's his name? E.G. Morris or something? E. Morris something. The guy who runs 538 now that Nate Silver is working for an anti-gay, he is gay, but he's also anti-gay venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. Who actually wants to control the world as well. Very strange stuff. Now that Nate Silver is working for him and now he's basically a free agent, Morris, who runs 538 now, said that in his model, he expects Donald Trump to gain around 0.3 percentage points, like three tenths of a point in the overall average, which sounds about right. More bullish estimates for Donald Trump see him gaining about a point, like 7/10 of a point to a singular point in the overall average when RFK drops out of the race, and so you're probably looking for it to like fall in that range from like 0.3 percentage points for Trump to almost a little under a point for Trump overall when the voters break down. And so it's not going to be a substantial gain for Trump. But it will be a gain anyways. I think it's more likely than not a lot of those people are going to come home and vote for one of those two anyways. It's just happening a lot quicker, and we get to see the effects of that a lot sooner than we would be originally. And so I don't think there's going to be some big massive you'll see conservatives like absolutely jerking themselves off into a coma over the fact that Donald Trump has now reclaimed the political gambling markets where gambling addicts pretend to be political scientists and put $5 down on who they think they're going to vote, and then change it like a day trader, like every 5 days, depending on who had a good New York Times headline that morning. But with that being said, people expect there to be some like big massive gain for Donald Trump in the polls. I just don't think we're going to be seeing that. A lot of the reasons is because a lot of those people are going to sit out. A lot of those people are, a plurality of those people are going to vote for Harris. And I believe the majority are going to vote for Trump. And overall, it's not going to shake out to be too much. That being said, there's probably going to be a pretty close election. So not too much could mean everything, right? But we don't really know. We're just going to have to see. But I don't expect it to be some like massive sea change. Because I really don't expect it to be some massive sea change. In most polls recently, RFK has been taking more from Trump than Harris. But with that being said, there are actually a decent amount of polls, like 40%, that show in the full field Kamala Harris losing ground to Trump as compared to the head-to-head polls with RFK taking still around 5 to 4% of the vote. So we don't really know. So that's what makes me think that's what makes me think that it's probably going to be around the 60-40, and people who like spend their lives studying elections also think it's going to be about a 60-40 for Trump, which equals about 1/3 of a percentage point to a little less than a percentage point for Trump at the end of the day. So doesn't really mean much. I don't think it's not really going to be much. But conservatives are like, this is the end for Judge Kamala Harris. She's gonna get obliterated as all the RFK voters are going to line up behind their God, King, Emperor, and vote for Donald Trump so their boy can get some no name loser nobody cares lackey goon spot in his administration that people will forget about a month after he wins the general, if he does, right? Or he might not get anything at all, actually. I mean, there are reports that that he asked Donald Trump to like give him a spot in the administration for an endorsement, and Donald Trump basically told him to fuck off. And so now Trump's more amicable because he needs everything that he can get to beat Kamala Harris, because there's some really bad things, because he's been absolutely getting obliterated every single day in the polling averages on basically everybody's polling models, except for 538, because 538 didn't bring their polling model back. But they're like average, just general election votes. It seems like people are definitely remembering that they genuinely hate Donald Trump, and he's not doing much to stop people from thinking that either, with his like weird racist tirades that he's been doing for the last month or so, and other things alike along those lines, as well as also apparently, I want to do a video about this sometime. I genuinely think Donald Trump is depressed that Biden is out of the race. Have you seen the way he's been talking and acting recently? He's so sad. It's like when the Joker loses Batman, you know, like. He's like so mad. He's so upset. He's so pissed off that Joe Biden isn't in the race anymore. He's genuinely depressed that he lost his boyfriend, and it's really sad that his boyfriend broke up with him. It is genuinely crazy. I'm going to be honest with you. It's so funny.
Protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald.
That's my best friend. That's my best friend.
Understand the world.
He actually like had to come up with fan fiction about Joe Biden getting back into the race, actually, and accepting the nomination tonight, as opposed to Kamala Harris, because he wants to run against Biden again. He genuinely misses him.
Losers, they are our heroes.
Lex Luthor on stage. That's crazy.
Kamala Harris will honor our veterans.
He's calling it a coup. They're all calling it a coup. They're calling it undemocratic. Election interference.
Honorably for
an insurrection, even some people called it. But you know, like how Nancy Pelosi was the one who orchestrated all of this behind the scenes. Well, at least had a great hand in orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. I wasn't streaming 2 nights ago, but 2 nights ago, Nancy Pelosi was on the floor of the DNC. And when Joe Biden was talking for the first day, and 3 days ago, when Biden was talking for the first day, and she was a part of a group of people who were holding "We Love Joe" signs. Like, look at this, dude. like Pelosi holding a sign that says "We love Joe" during his goodbye speech is genuinely peak Machiavellian. It's genuinely peak Machiavellian. After stabbing that poor old man to death and ending his political career by her own hands, and then going on national TV and saying, listen, after going on national TV and being like, I don't know anybody who's mad at me for asking Biden to step out of the race. I don't know who they are, but that's a them problem, not a me problem. Genuinely verbatim saying that that's a you problem. And then like the definition of fake friends, like the fakest of, and look at it, dude. Honestly, this picture doesn't even give her justice. Look at this video, dude. Look at her on the stage. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Yeah. She does not. Yo, she does not care. She's like, where's Kamala, bro? She's like, where's Kamala? She's already bored of this guy. Yo, it's crazy. We love Joe. Yeah, people are like me singing happy birthday to the coworker that I absolutely hate. We love Joe. Yeah. Oh, dude, Pelosi is such an. I heard the Pod Save America boys say that Nancy Pelosi is if a Prada bag with a gun in it became a human, and honestly, it's probably one of the truest definitions of a human being I've ever heard in my entire life. She's like a Gucci bag with a Glock in it became a human, and that's just who she is. She's such a demon. And you know what? And you know the crazy thing about this is that after she pushed Joe Biden out of the nomination, she dropped a book about power and how to wield power and get power. And I was like,
I'm a dad.
She's kind of a demon.
Congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could, meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted. Fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we
Tim Walz was a great pick
over politics.
Yeah, I've been watching Tim Walz speeches in his private, not private, but solo events with solo events by himself, and
Our countries,
he's been doing a fantastic job. Really, he is such.
the U.S. South,
I
and the Senate.
I made a tweet about it a little while ago, but Walz is a great pick for Kamala Harris as a human being.
We stand
and he is perfect as a cheerleader.
And patriots.
He is just a born natural cheerleader. Like watching Tim Walz as he like cheers on Kamala Harris is like watching a like coach. Funny, right? Watching a coach cheer on his star athlete as they like do perfectly do like a perform routine. He's a perfect cheerleader, right? And he's a good governing partner, right? Picking Josh Shapiro would be good for winning elections. Tim Walz is a good pick for when you are already in office. And it's proof that he's ready, and it's proof that she is oriented towards legislating and not just running.
Respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country.
She proves she actually wants to win. I think it's more than that, actually. It's not about like, you're right, okay? But what I mean is more like, it shows not that she wants to win, it shows that she wants to govern, right? Like, Shapiro would be a good pick for winning. Walz is a good pick for governing. It shows that she wants to pass laws, right? Like what she's saying is not just something she's saying to get elected. She's saying it because she wants to pass laws. And I think that's what the Walz pick shows people, right? I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that like, I'm just saying that it shows that she actually wants to do the things that she's saying while she's running as a candidate. That's basically what I mean. And I think it's incredibly interesting. It's incredibly interesting. I really believe that I really believe that he was a great pick for her as a person. He fits her as a person perfectly. Their chemistry together is just so good. Josh Shapiro doesn't have like, he really doesn't have much riz. I'm gonna be real. Walz is like the Riz god. I'm gonna be honest. He's like the Riz god, and conservatives are so angry with him. I want to do a video on that too sometime. Conservatives absolutely hate that man, and they're also like really disgusting about his son as well. Is this Kathy Hochul? Who is that?
Gretchen Whitmer.
Oh no, sorry. I'm sorry, Gretch. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say something so horrible about you. I didn't mean to say something so horrible about you, Big Gretch.
They call me governor, but in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from
Thinking all women look the same?
badge of honor.
Okay, what about it? They're all beautiful. You're right, they do look the same. They're all beautiful.
Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for
Has
my
Beyonce concert started yet? No, not yet. No, not yet.
cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying.
Hey everyone, nice to have you.
Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for too. She took care of her mom.
Beyonce's popping out. Yeah, they have basically what it is they have like an empty slot where there's nothing there and only a couple people know what's going on. But Beyonce's plane landed in Chicago, and TMZ said that they got information that Beyonce might be that Beyonce is going to be holding a concert. So that's what we think's going on. That's what we think's probably going to be going on.
That when your car breaks down, you can't get to work.
And she's probably going to perform Freedom too, if that's true.
The first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for.
I think he only eats KFC, actually.
She gets us. She sees us. She is us.
Does not see Palestinians, though, because we will not have one speaking on stage. Kamala Harris said Palestinians are banned.
Through a lot of history over the
She actually added a Muslim ban to the DNC. It was crazy.
An attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family gonna be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him?
Ew.
What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass?
Don't know anything about Whitmer here? Whitmer is pretty good.
Who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Whitmer, when she made it into office, she flipped the Michigan State House for the first time in, I think, 50 years, from Republicans to Democrats. And they passed like a whole host of progressive policy measures. They have some of the strongest protections for trans people and minorities in the entire country. Yeah, stuff like that. Just a whole bunch of great things. A protection for union members. They repealed right to work laws. They instituted a abortion protection. Just a whole host of great. You return without my knowledge. Well, congratulations for receiving knowledge. Yeah, like a whole host of just great policy. In Michigan, and Michigan's just a far better state now. One of the best states in the country, right up there with Minnesota. After Whitmer got into office, fantastic stuff. And I'm white. Yeah, I have been gone for about 2 months, so yeah, I expect a lot of you all to be white, which is fine. I intend to earn your subby wubbies again. I intend to earn your subs again someday. Hyrule, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. I really appreciate you. Didn't see you for a while. Glad you're okay. Also, I'm glad to be feeling hopeful about the US. Being your neighbors is kind of scary sometimes. Go Kamala. Oh, are you Canadian? Canadian frog? Listen, we should be worrying about you right now. Kamala, we're in much better hands now that Kamala is at the top of the ticket. But we should be worrying about you right now. I heard there's like a crazy conservative surge going on now that Trudeau is going to be leaving office. I heard things a little scary down there, but thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for joining the frenzy again and being incredibly pog. Yeah, I still remember how to do that.
And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying.
In between jobs, listen, don't sweat it.
Which means, yes. It means yes we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes.
We're Mexican, not Mexican. I was thinking about learning Spanish at some point. Chat, don't you think it'd be funny if one day I just hopped on the stream and I was able to speak like fluent Spanish? It sounds really funny, I can't lie. I was thinking about learning it sometime, just for fun. You know, just like, because I never really learned a new language. I never really learned a second language. I'm gonna be real. I'm from Quebec. Oh, so you were already fucked up to begin with. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the sub. Now, listen, if you're in between jobs, you don't think you can pay for a sub, do not sweat it. It's okay. Thank you for watching. Listen, if you watch, if you enjoy the stream, if you just tune in and just be here and enjoy yourself, that's honestly the most I can ask for from you. So do not feel bad if you cannot sub. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. It's perfectly fine. Thank you so much. Thanks for the love. Thanks for even considering it. Mike Croc, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Glad you're back. I'm glad for once I don't feel absolute dread about American politics. Yeah. I want to do a couple segments here coming up soon, kind of evaluating the race. I think we'll do one tonight on like a general evaluation of the entire race. So stay tuned for that. After Kamala Harris accepts the nomination, I want to do a general evaluation of how the race is going, what we can expect, all that type of stuff. And so yeah, I think that'll be really cool. I feel a whole lot better as well. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like on the break, like when I was really starting to take the break, like right when July was starting, July was like, that was the worst. July, we were really in the pits of hell in July. They're really bringing out the huge no names for tonight, huh? They're bringing out no name supremes. They're getting them right out of the way. Before the end of the night, huh? Yeah, July was my sleep paralysis demon. July was so bad. It was so bad, dude. I'm gonna tell you right now, if Joe Biden won, like if Joe Biden didn't step down, he got the nomination, the DNC was gonna look like Jonestown. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like you know that, right? Like the DNC was gonna look like Jonestown. It was gonna be bad. We would be so cooked. We would be so wildly, unimaginably finished. Like bodies dropping. Yeah, bodies dropping. It was not going to be good. Hating the homeless too. Yeah. Yeah, Joestown. Oh my gosh, holy shit, Joestown is so funny. That's actually hilarious. You're funny. You're a funny person. You know that, Alan? Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up?
And abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too. Something I couldn't ignore.
Is Adam Kissinger?
The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim.
He's cringe pretending to be based.
Listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative,
he's cringe pretending to be keck.
True strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our—
He's virgin pretending to be Chad.
Democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative.
He's beta pretending to be Sigma.
Being a Republican.
He is not a real Republican.
Has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th.
You know what my girlfriend made me knowledgeable of the other day? I thought I knew a lot of things about Donald Trump, but this is actually a story I didn't know of. Did you know that Donald Trump buried his last wife at his golf course at Bedminster? You know, that New Jersey golf course that he has that he talks at every now and again? He buried his ex-wife there on some unmarked plot of land with like the cheapest grave that you've ever seen in your entire life, and let the grass grow over it so you don't even know it's there. He actually unironically put her in like a slave. He buried her like a slave. It's crazy. He actually buried her in like a slave grave. And he said it was like the family, he said it was the family like grave plot, but I don't think there's really anybody else there. He actually just buried her in the grass and then just forgot about it. Yeah, he plays golf over his wife's decaying bones at Bedminster. It's so weird. If it's the family grave plot, why does he golf over it? I think it's because he don't give a shit. I think because he really don't give a shit. It's crazy. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah. Yeah, this is Trump's ex-wife's grave at Bedminster. Yeah. This is it. This is a billionaire's ex-wife's grave at a golf course. This is how he buried her. You don't even know there's a grave there. Yeah, it's actually the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It actually kind of makes me a little uncomfortable and sick to think of it. How does her kids feel? I don't know. They just never spoken about it. Like it's and I think the thing that makes it even more disgusting, like the most disgusting thing about it, isn't the fact that it's at a golf course. Whatever. It's weird, right? But whatever. It's an unkept grave. It's like, it's so disrespectful. Dude, this is why I said they buried her like a slave. It's a completely unkept, almost unmarked grave. It's not, he didn't even give her at least one of those like upright gravestones so you know where you are. You could easily step on her grave and you not even know what's going on. Oh, also people are saying Beyonce is not going to speak. Beyonce is not going to sing at the DNC. Apparently that's not happening. No, right? I think this guy's still yapping. Yeah, anyways, yeah, true. Yeah, this is his Bedminster ex-wife's grave plot. It's genuinely insane. His plans to build a 10-plot graveyard that overlooked the first hole of the golf course. That's so disgusting. I'm going to be real. Oh, it's actually really gross. Yeah, so this is Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka Trump's mom. So this, like all of his older kids that you know, Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, and Don Jr. All this is what he did to their mother. This is what he did to their mother. It's actually insane. He's such a scary, evil human being. How to spot a sociopath? Why are there 2 patches of yellow grass? It's just because it's completely unkept. It's just an unkept gravesite. That's why it's just randomly dying. It's just unkept. The grass is not kept. The border of the graveyard is not kept. The outline of the grave is not kept. They haven't even wiped off the gravestone itself. It's just an unkept, it's just an unkept, uncared for gravesite.
Kamala Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself.
And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been.
This is what it looked like before it became unkept.
Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted.
That's a grave? That's his ex-wife's grave. That's the grave of the woman who gave birth to his 3 children, Don Jr., Eric Trump, and Ivanka Trump. Yeah. And it became unkept and overgrown with grass, and the gravestone became dirty too. He doesn't even visit it. Nobody visits it. None of them visit it.
In this historic moment, we are
Biden visits his son's grave on I think on his birthday every single day. Sorry, on his birthday every year.
that make it difficult for us.
Trump and the rest of the family haven't cared since he passed.
Rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where
This is Kamala's sister, I'm quite sure.
drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? Did you guys know that DNC? Did you know that like Democratic strategists on Kamala Harris's team told her to stop saying we're not going back? They said cut it. They said it's too negative. Cut it. It was genuinely insane.
And so as I look out at
Is she Indian or black? She is half Indian, half Jamaican.
I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us.
How? What? Yeah, it's like, it's something that people naturally chant at her own campaign rallies. Like people love "We're not going back." It was so naturally perfect, but people just stopped. But like, yeah, her strategists were like, stop saying it. They said stop saying weird and stop saying we're not going back. You know, like the two things that have been the most popular from the campaign, that the most actually grassroots popular from their campaign. It's wild. It's so crazy. But yeah, they said stop saying it.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Do they want to lose? They're Democratic strategists. Yes, they want to lose. Yes, those are the people that Joe Biden were listening to. Just so you know. If you wonder what was happening with Joe Biden's campaign, it's because he was listening to his Democratic strategists. He was listening to the strategists. That's what happened. That's why he was bound to lose the election. That's why he was getting fucked. It was so satisfying. They said weird is too negative and we're not going back isn't focused on the future much. They suggested, like, instead of saying we're not going back, say like we will go forward, which has literally no riz. It's so simple. Yes, it's so simple. Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you ever want to get involved in Democratic politics, when a Democratic strategist tells you to do one thing, do literally the exact opposite, and I promise you, you're going to find the right answer. That's how it works. Do the exact opposite of what the strategist says, and you're bound to strike gold. The exact opposite. Literally just turn 180 degrees from what they say. Their Democratic strategists are perfectly right in the opposite direction. What is this? This unedited photo from Getty? Holy shit, he's so fucking old. Oh my gosh, dude. Have you seen that Trump has been lisping for the last couple of days too? Like he's been like, so Biden dropped out of the race. He started doing it during the Elon presser, and then he's just been doing it on and off ever since, and it's been really weird. He's been lisping. Yeah, he's so old. Remember, a lot of people forget, since he's like excited, he's like an excited old man. He's people forget he's only 3 years younger than Biden. He's only 3 years younger than Biden, and he's so damn old. Look at him. He's so tired now. He's just tired and old. He's so sad. He misses Biden. Honestly, I think Biden is what gave him energy. Like, he was excited to run against Biden. He was happy to run against Clinton. He's just upset that he's running against Kamala. He's mad that he can't say the N-word. And he's just Biden dropped out. He's just so sad. It sucks. He's so bad. I thought it was just a Twitter thing. No, because he did it in his talk with Theo Vaughn the other day. He was lisping there too.
And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win?
Not the voice crack. It's over. Get him off stage. Get him off stage. Not the voice. It's over. He lost. I'm glad he didn't get picked as the VP. Get the hell out of here, man. Not the damn list, man. That's crazy. It's not the damn voice crack. Anyways, no, this is conservatives were saying that it was just the Twitter like compression that made him sound like he was like lisping and like slurring his words. This is a video that was taken while he was speaking to Elon.
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Listen to that, dude.
Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Yeah.
Would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for...
I think it's time for Kamala to speak.
for what she thinks is right.
I think this is it.
Our whole lives, being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
Wasn't expecting a biography? Why not?
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street.
This entire thing is for undecided voters and people who don't know much about her to get to know her.
She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges.
She was such a no-name.
And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents.
Even during Biden's presidency.
Prosecutor.
Like, they need to get people to know her. They need to define her quickly. They only have 2 months left.
The power to make decisions about the male body.
I'm not.
Oh, and I think only 17 days left until early voting begins in the first state, which is North Carolina, too.
Terror of gun violence.
A little over 2 weeks.
How many of you guys
They got to define her before it's too late.
where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin. And led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will...
Charlotte Nova, thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Thanks for streaming this. Thank you for letting me be unburdened.
Door down.
Let's get unburdened. Let's get unburdened, chat.
Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Oh, here's freedom.
It's about saying we trust the people.
Don't you think it's so crazy that that Democrats get freedom, liberty, democracy, football, beer, and USA chants in the national divorce?
Because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart.
Conservatives get racist Twitter gimmick accounts.
For the people. And we stand for the dignity of work.
Even trade, I would say.
We stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Keep running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
I'm not gonna lie. Chat, I'm not sure if you saw, but Donald Trump tried to use this freedom song from Beyonce as well. He tried to use this freedom song too. And Beyonce had to send a cease and desist. And she threatened to send him a cease and desist. You know, the crazy thing about it is that like the fact that they really just tried to steal her shit, because I'm not sure if you guys know this, if you ever listened to the song, but Beyonce actually referenced voting out Donald Trump. I think the verse, I don't remember the full verse, but it says like vote out 45. And then it goes on to say something. But like the song literally says, fuck Donald Trump, vote out Donald Trump, referring to him being the 45th president, right? And they tried to use it for an ad. It was crazy. They had to remove it. Yep, that's California, all right.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Oh, actually, my bad. That was Beyonce's song Energy, where she said vote out 45.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's got better drip on than Clinton did during her speech.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
You do so. Yeah, they're doing this now, and I thought this was incredibly interesting. During Kamala Harris's speeches,
Business. We got to get to some business.
she's like, "Okay, calm down." She's like, "Calm down, calm down. All right, stop. Thank you. It was cute, but now stop." You know what's really interesting is that during Kamala Harris's speeches, out of nowhere, people started like chanting "USA, USA."
Thank you.
They don't do that at Trump's rallies, because like he always has a big doom and gloom. America's a third world country. America's being destroyed. There's nothing to love in America.
By thanking my most
It's very interesting.
husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie.
Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, this is their 20th anniversary tonight. It's actually the 20th anniversary.
President Joe
Thank you, Charlotte, for the tier 1. I appreciate you. For the gifted, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the love. Helping somebody else join the frenzy.
path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill.
It's so funny because Biden did actually pass some really important policy, but everybody's mad at him. So Democrats have had to shift to, yeah, you hate him now, but like, don't worry. In like 10 years, you're going to be like, that guy was really cool. History will smile upon Joe Biden.
Going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has
History will absolve him. It's true. Well, except for the Gaza thing. Except for Palestinians, you know.
So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
It was very expected, actually.
To unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer.
Is it just like, I don't want to be, chat, don't take this as racist or anything,
To a traditional arranged marriage.
but don't you think it's kind of wild? Have there been so many Indians this election cycle
Harris,
on the presidential level?
Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me.
No? Yes. Kamala Harris, half Indian.
I will always remember
Nikki Haley.
that big Mayflower
Nikki Haley's real name is Nimrata. She's Indian.
to Illinois, to Wisconsin.
Vivek Ramaswamy, also Indian. There were a lot of Indians this election cycle.
Jobs took us.
We cooked up a whole bunch of Indians.
Of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music. Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled,
Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you. From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills.
They have great weddings.
We lived in the flats. A beautiful,
I wish I knew more Indians.
neighborhood.
I want to go to an Indian wedding. I bet it's badass.
Nurses and construction workers.
I've never been to a wedding before, actually. I've been to a lot of funerals, though.
All who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours. And like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool.
Chat, the language that they speak in India, is it It's Hindi, right?
In the fight for women's health. And she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night.
Or is that not right? They speak another language.
Never complain.
I know there are multiple.
Injustice, but do something about it.
It's one of the languages? Okay.
Something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote.
How Kamala saying ass on primetime TV? Minus 5 billion votes.
I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather.
I hate that.
And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice.
Wait, is there a problem with chats? What happened? What happened, chat? You guys are talking about other chats being weird?
When I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people.
for a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us,
harm against all of us.
against all of us,
Cooked. Cook. Cook.
and I would often explain this to console survivors of crime.
Woman protector, woman lover, woman supporter, woman defender.
To fight alone. We are all in this together.
Chat, what do you guys think about a politician instead of finishing their speeches like Biden, like God protect our troops, instead of that, they go with God protect our women? I think that would go so crazy.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client.
What's up, Peanut?
The people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language.
Okay, what instead of saying our, say God protect all women.
On behalf of my
there you go.
mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey.
God bless America and God bless all women.
Like the people
Thank
I
you.
grew up with. People who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written.
Ending his speech with, all right, I'm gonna head out.
On earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
All right, everyone, it's official. Even though it did technically happen officially about a month ago or so.
And with this election,
Kamala Harris has now officially accepted the nomination. Well, my bad. Kamala Harris has now formally accepted the nomination, even though it was officially done about a month ago. And she is the nominee. Well, now people know she's really the nominee.
Has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles.
Dude, Kyle Kulinski is so mad.
To free and
this boy is so old now. He's like, it's 10:30. Why is this still going on?
Of power.
All right, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Don't worry, she's almost done, Grandpa. You can get out of here soon.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Kamala really do have that shit on, don't she?
To the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation.
Fraudsters?
For veterans and students being scammed by for-profit colleges.
Oh, okay. This is a riff on her normal stump speech.
Workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now.
What the hell, Lily Scarlett?
For America's future.
Shark is, I say this with love, the person I expect to be the weirdest. How does Sam Cedar not even keep up? What are you talking about? Why do you expect me to be weird? What I do wrong?
Of our lives. It is one of the most important in the life of our nation.
I feel like I'm one of the streamers that's, grounded in reality and full of real world problems.
Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider.
People are tired. It's 10 p.m.
Not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians...
It's so crazy that was on my birthday.
...begged him to call off the mob and send him...
When people say January 6th, I still think people are referring to my birthday. I'm like, oh, I'm the birthday boy. But no, they're talking about Donald Trump trying to overthrow United States democracy instead.
Different set of crimes.
Much different thing.
Guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy.
You were the reason for January 6th?
Explicit.
Yeah, my manager at McDonald's let me go home early, and I thought I was going to have a fun early birthday stream. And I turned on the internet and saw that Trump supporters were climbing the damn walls of Capitol Hill like fucking zombies and beating down the doors. I actually saw Ashley Babbitt die live.
Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
A lot of you weren't around then.
Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. And
oh, you expect me to have a rowdier chat?
Use the immense powers.
Yeah, no, my chat's funny, but they're not crazy, really.
Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security.
I'll answer the McFlurry question after she's done with the speech.
Client he has ever had himself.
It does get pretty annoying, yes, though.
And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors.
And his vice president.
The total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back.
It's so crazy.
Not going back.
Look how crazy that everybody goes when they hear we're not going back.
To when Donald Trump tried to cut.
Advisors literally told her to stop saying it. They're insane.
We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back.
Democratic advisors said, Kamala, listen to us, and she said, we are not going back. I saw somebody say this, and it's the truest thing ever. They said, fire the people who were losing. And that it was so based. Yes, please fire the people who were losing. Fire the people who were losing.
Strong and growing middle class.
Kamala, please fire the people who are losing.
Middle class has always been critical to America's success.
Please fire the suckers and losers.
Middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little.
Mods, snap the advisors' bones, please. Thank you.
That were available to us, and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't.
She really is a streamer. Look at her punching the mic.
He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt.
She said union before.
And all the while,
earlier in the speech,
he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will.
You know what's crazy is that Trump added $8 trillion to the debt and spent it on nothing. It's kind of crazy because he only passed one piece of legislation, and that was his tax cut.
Friends, I believe America.
And somehow he got it up to $8 trillion of debt. It's kind of insane how he did it.
Unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight,
Kamala's the first streamer president. Did you hear that?
To make those decisions.
Did you hear that Walz actually is a gamer?
How we got here.
His wife actually had to take his Dreamcast from him because he played it a lot.
The United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom, and now
his wife sequestered his Dreamcast from him.
Words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the
He's a Dreamcast girly, yeah.
I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients.
I'm glad she brought this up because a lot of the purposes of abortion laws isn't just to ban abortion, but is to make people afraid of giving abortion services, period.
Who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds.
Finally, somebody says it. Just these people are crazy.
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom,
it's real.
as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
He loves the Dreamcast.
In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake.
He has a Dreamcast. His wife just keeps it from him a
Gun
lot.
violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
Oh, the stump speech is back.
The freedom.
Her stump speech is really good.
Clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote.
What was that crazy cowboy hat? Did you see that?
With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you.
This is the terrible part of her
Bring back
stump speech.
the bipartisan border security bill that he
don't do
built,
that.
and I will sign it into law.
Yeah, definitely don't do that. Don't do that.
I know.
This plays good for campaigning, but it is a horrible bill.
Proud heritage as a nation.
Genuinely awful.
Immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
You know, more likely than not, like without Republicans being in office, I don't think Democrats would have the stomach to vote for that bill. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
In advancing our security and values abroad.
It was already very hard to get them to vote for it when it was a big problem.
Confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Oh. He threw the word lethal in there. Just gotta know. She's like, I will kill.
Obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
We will kill. Yeah, so if you're wondering why she added those two things, like the immigration thing and the I want the military to be able to kill anyone, anywhere, at any time, it's from her polling. Basically, a lot of the polling said two things that people see in her that they don't like. One, they think she's weak on the border, and because immigration's a big issue at the moment, and well, it's less than from like a month or so ago, but it's still a relatively large issue. And also, they don't think she's a very strong leader, as in like stand up and like, you know, like kill people, right? And so that's two things she's adding onto the speech.
To abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies. Said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. President, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Talking about foreign policy is bold. It's not really bold. Foreign policy is really important right now.
To the war in Gaza.
Yeah, now she's going to talk about Palestinian, Gaza.
And I are working around the clock. Because now
will she say Palestinians?
Get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
All right. I mean, this hits a whole lot. This hits a whole lot less hard after they instituted the Muslim ban on the stage.
Always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
Yeah.
Because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a
bring up the Holocaust again.
Organization called Hamas caused on October 7. Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
I mean, that'd be cool. She had some of her lackeys come out to say that she wouldn't support conditioning aid, well, military aid to Israel. So, you know, I guess we'll see.
To defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists, I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself.
Shit, this is so funny.
I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals.
Wait, Donald Trump.
In the enduring
Trump woke up from his nap and he's pissed.
Democracy.
Look at this tweet. Look at this truth.
I know where I stand.
Is she talking about me?
Where the United States belongs.
Oh, he's so bad. Oh, she can't be talking about me. This can't be true.
So, fellow Americans,
Somebody just tweeted, they're like, Trump, she called you cringe on stage. Is she talking about me?
I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in
That shit is Peepaw woke up.
I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next.
Oh, you know what also is horrible is that she said she didn't want to bring back the Iran nuclear deal too. So I don't know, maybe Iran's gonna get a nuke sometime. How fun.
Where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible.
Worse than Obama in the Middle East in some ways. Quite crazy, is it not?
An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed.
Well, you are a capitalist, so.
And that in unity there is strength.
That is literally untrue, but thank you. It sounds nice.
This race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never.
He's true 30 times? Are you serious?
You show them who you are. America.
No way.
Let us show each other and the world.
Oh my gosh. 2 minutes ago, 52 seconds, 48 seconds, 38 seconds. Holy crap, he's so mad.
Compassion.
He's so mad.
Fairness and endless possibilities.
Wait, he's live tweeting Kamala. Yo, he's live tweeting.
The heirs to the greatest democracy.
Look at this.
History of the world.
No, he's posting Facebook memes.
And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so
a lot of talk about childhood. We got border, the inflation, crime.
Liberty. We must be worthy.
Where's Hunter? Oh no, he doesn't know who he's running against.
To do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and
she let 30 billion illegals in.
Fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility.
Peacefully and patriotically.
With the greatest.
Oh, this is about
on.
This is about January 6th. That's so funny.
Privilege and pride of being an American.
He's like, I told them peacefully. She's lying. I totally told them peacefully and patriotically. Please. Kamala's prosecuting him.
Let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next chapter in the most extraordinary story.
Is she talking about me?
Told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
All right, there it is. There's Kamala. Look, he's live tweeting. Wonder why Kamala Harris won't do interviews or unscripted events. She actually does a decent amount. Like she talks to reporters outside of her plane when she travels. Lying again about Project 2025, which he knows, and as do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with Project 2025. I've never even heard of it before. Hard to do path forward, but she had all 3 years. She's done nothing but harm. Oh my gosh. Not the fucking live tweeting. It's crazy. She killed the middle class. She will obliterate Social Security and Medicare. That's kind of crazy because he's tried to cut it. Nobody believes this. It was more affordable under Trump. No specific programs, all talk. Bro, you don't talk about, what are you talking about? She did bring up a couple important things, actually. All right, I gotta mute this before Beyonce comes and beats my ass for playing her music. Where's the balloons? No balloons? Question mark? No balloon? There, I saw balloons on the ceiling. There are no balloons? Are you serious? Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, liberal, conservatives, one row terminated. He actually has to be the dumbest fuck in the entire world. Like, does his advisors genuinely think that this is going, that plays well with people? Like, he's gonna make people think, oh yeah, I forgot, I totally did want Roe v. Wade overturned. You're so right. Oh, thank you, Donald Trump. What the fuck? What are you, 12? You spent all your money on illegal immigrants. Holy crap, it's all about illegal immigrants. He can't, illegals, citizen, goodbye to the USA, radical Marxism, NATO wasn't paying its bills. Oh, he's so stuck in 2016. Oh, there's the balloons. He's so stuck in 2016. It's crazy. She hates Israel. What the hell? Only if, brother. Wouldn't even show up to Congress for Netanyahu's session. I mean, you didn't either. She caused October 7th. Wow, that's crazy. Democrats are Hamas. Joe Biden is Hamas. She stands for incompetence and weakness. Dude, look at the... Wait, let me refresh. There's probably more. Oh, 28 seconds ago, bro. I'm losing my mind. Oh, she's done nothing. Holy crap, the Twitter fingers are crazy. She talks about compassion, but doesn't talk about all the people she's allowed into the country. Oh my gosh, it's all 50 billion illegals into the country. That's it. Oh my gosh. 60% increase in rape. That's actually, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the crime rate is actually the lowest it's been in decades. It's actually really low. It's lower under Trump, actually. It's lower than under Trump. She led us into this failing nation status. She didn't mention China. She didn't mention fracking. She didn't mention energy. She didn't mention meaningfully Russia and Ukraine. I mean, she did. She didn't mention the big subjects of the day. Yes, so true, Trump. Tell us more about Hannibal Lecter. There will be no future under Comrade Kamala Harris. This is his new attack line against Kamala Harris, to say Comrade Harris. It seems like laughing Kamala didn't work out very well, so Comrade Harris is what they're going for now. Holy shit, he's still tweeting. She's not even talking anymore, and he's still tweeting. Look, it's crazy Nancy Pelosi looking on saying, "Where's Crooked Joe?" What are you talking about, bro? What feed is he watching? What's happening? What's happening? Yo, he's actually lost it. He's tweaking. Like, he's actually tweaking. Chat, this is tweaking. 1 in chat if this is tweaking, 2 in chat if this is normal behavior. He has to be on something. I don't think Nancy Pelosi is even there right now. He's actually lost it. It's so much past his bedtime. She will never be respected by the tyrants around the world. Oh, as opposed to you, who loves the tyrants, I guess. The tyrants love me, you see. I love how Trump supporters, because you'll see every single Trump supporter, when you ask them how Donald Trump would have stopped October 7th or like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and their response is Donald Trump's dick is so big that he'll swing it around so fast he'll fly himself like a helicopter over the Rafah or fucking Moscow and slam it on their table so hard it shatters in half, and he looks them dead in the eye and says, you will not do any invasion, fucko. And then they literally piss themselves right there, and they go, gulp, yes, Trump, Mr. Trump, sir. And they get on their hands and knees and beg, please, Mr. Trump, do not body me with epic American power, please. And he says, that's what I thought. and then two massive bald eagles with his hairstyle actually swoop down and pick him up by his shoulder plates, pick him up by his shoulder pads on the suit and fly him back to the great US of A. And I mean, honestly, so they're not bald. Well, Trump is bald too, but he still has hair. So, I mean, come on. That, like, you know that thing that he has on his head is just an elaborate comb over because he's bald, right? He's chrome dome, chicken bone, leave me alone. But yeah, well, there we go. That's the DNC. Wait, let's see if Trump is still live tweeting. Okay, it seems like he's done. It seems like he's done for now. Holy crap, live tweeting through her acceptance speech is probably one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my entire life. He really has nothing better to do tonight, huh? Wow. And there you go. That's the DNC, everyone. You know what's kind of diabolical is the fact that on the first day, Kamala Harris and Walz had a simultaneous event in Milwaukee, in the same exact venue that the Republicans had for the RNC, and filled that stadium up too, the same way that the Republicans did for the RNC. So the DNC stadium was filled, and the RNC stadium was filled at the same time. And then as the states finished nominating her, and then, you know, like calling forth all the electors, it cut to them walking out on stage in Milwaukee with her being like, "Thank you for the nomination." It was kind of insane. It was like super diabolical how it worked out, and the split screen was kind of crazy. I can't lie. The fact that they did a whole bus tour across the battleground states during the DNC, like they're really running like underdogs. Like we were, I mean, when she hopped into the race, I wasn't streaming then. I was still on my break. But I was like, I really want her to start like campaigning like she's an underdog, because hopping into the race with like 4 months, basically 3.5, 4 months left, is a difficult thing to do. And she has a really big race ahead of her, and she needs to run like an underdog. She needs to run like she might not win, and she really is. She really is running like she might not win. It's pretty cool. It's pretty good. Is what I was hoping for, honestly. So they've been doing a whole lot of campaigning, and Donald Trump actually has just been. He kind of like he's been in a depressive state ever since Biden dropped out of the race. So he hasn't even been campaigning since she hopped in the race either. It's so weird. For Beyonce cameo, yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, that definitely did not happen. Beyonce just happened to be in Chicago at the time. It seems. Oh, so a couple stories have been happening throughout the DNC, right? So one was there, which was which was Donald Trump live tweeting the event. Well, let's just kind of go in order, I guess, right? It's been going on for a couple days, so let me see if I can pull some stuff up for this. Let me see. Let's see. Well, I mean, yeah, like first was the protests that were happening outside. Those protests really didn't go anywhere. I was kind of curious about what was going to happen, how big the protests were going to be. Originally, people said that the protesters for Palestinians, for the end of the war on Palestinians, they were expecting 30,000 people. They wanted to march closer to the DNC, but the police only gave them the park, and I think 2 blocks away from the DNC. So they weren't allowed to get super close to the DNC. There were 2 barriers put up between the protesters and the DNC as well. They broke one of the fence barriers, but I think literally every single cop in Chicago was there. Like they had like 1,000 cops there, and they kettled them instantly and shut the whole thing down. That was like the first day, and after that, it kind of like sputtered out. And I have not seen I've been following people who follow the protest, but I have not been seeing very much of it all. It really did sputter out. Yeah, so there was that. There really wasn't too much of a lot of people were like, a lot of big libs were really fearing that there was going to be some like really insane a violent protest, but yeah, it really didn't happen. There was a peaceful protest. Like about a couple thousand people showed up throughout all of the days. But yeah, there was no like super violent protest. There wasn't anything super crazy. The worst thing I saw was somebody like breaking a fence barrier and people being in between the two fence barriers between the DNC and like the outside world. The hermetic they burst the hermetic seal for like a brief moment before being kettled and beaten and taken down by the police before the police like dispersed everyone. And after that, yeah, not too much has happened. Many Palestinians and pro Gaza protesters and people who are like anti Israel's war in Gaza were not allowed in, but theocratic fascists like Charlie Kirk were able to get in as well. Theocratic fascists like Charlie Kirk were actually able to get in. And actually, one of the guys who was going crazy in Kamala Harris's, I think, third rally, her Georgia rally, showed up and started debating Charlie Kirk. Actually, take a look at this.
Because we have a Republican governor and a Republican secretary of state in the state of Georgia.
What's your name? He said Parker?
My name's Parker. We have a Republican governor and a Republican secretary of state in Georgia that approved our elections, and Donald Trump said that wasn't constitutional.
All right, relax.
Donald Trump tried to undermine our Constitution.
You're at 10. I just walked in. I'm here to just learn.
Hey, you're an anti-patriotic, anti-constitutional person crashing our party because you tried to stop our democracy.
I got one question.
Donald Trump called the secretary of state of Georgia and told him to find him some votes.
What is a woman?
Cook. He really is cooking. Because, I mean, Charlie Kirk just could not care less about Donald Trump attempting to overturn the election. It just doesn't matter to him. Like, he would be happy if it happened. Yeah, and then that's just kind of it. Non sequitur by Kirk. Yeah, the random "what is a woman" bullshit. Right?
Oh my God. That is so fucking weird, y'all. Maybe you should meet one.
I'm married to one.
Sheesh.
Same.
Sheesh. All right. He kind of cooked him, I can't lie. Maybe you should meet one. Ooh. I was confronted by this guy. Apparently he's the president of the Young Democrats of Georgia. That is true. He is the president of the Young Democrats of Georgia. He was the guy who got popular on social media for singing "Not Like Us" in the most like energetic way I've ever seen a white boy sing a rap song in Georgia in my entire life. Yeah, Kirk posting his own L's. Yeah, he kind of got cooked by him, honestly. He just walked up to say "fuck you," and Charlie Kirk was like, "Whoa, I can't believe this guy is so crazy," which is funny because he actually walked up to Hassan Piker, and he tried to be like, "Hassan, gotta send me a commission about all the videos you make on me." Crazy, right? And then Hassan was like, "Huh." He just walked away. Okay, but like, he didn't want to do anything. Apparently, he didn't have anything to say. Hassan, really. Sam Sauce, thank you so much for the 17 months in a row, 23 in total, and went kind of nutty. TBH, thank you, buddy. Thanks for remaining a sub too. I really appreciate you. Carousel System, thank you so much for the 5 months in a row, remaining part of the frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. 5 men's, woohoo, yippee! Thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. There's also some other stuff to happen here. Speaking of like the pro-Gaza protesters, pro-Palestinian anti-genocide protesters at the DNC as well. Some were assaulted by people at the DNC when I believe Joe Biden was speaking. Audience members at the DNC unfurled a banner that said "Stop arming Israel" next to the people who were holding up signs that said "We love Joe," and they actually started beating them. Because they held up a sign that said "Stop arming Israel."
Possibility.
You see? So this is the sign. They begin by like people holding, like standing up to like block them. Like this guy starts grabbing at their sign. Look, and then this person starting to like, and this person they started using their signs to start beating at the banner to get them to put it down. There are other people who brought up papers that said no more war, stuff like that, and they were treated like absolute garbage by the people at the DNC. It's very sad to see. Very, very worrisome. Oh, Dylan Raid. Hello, Raider. My bad. Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to have you. Haven't done that in a little while. Thank you for the raid. Hope you guys are doing well. What was Dylan doing? I saw he brought back Hippy Dippy. I'm happy for him. I know that's his baby. So I was glad to see him doing well. Hope you all are doing well too. Thanks for coming by. Shark is back. I am back. Apparently some people missed me. My ass took like a couple of took like a couple months off, and then people were like, where is he? I didn't think you all really missed me, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. So I do appreciate you. Thank you for the love, everyone. I miss you very much. I appreciate you all. I was watching the DNC. I'm going back over the stuff that happened at the DNC at the moment. Some of the weird things, some of the weird and wacky things that happened because I didn't get to talk about all of it. And so if you missed some like interesting stories that happened during the DNC, well, this is the time when we're going to go over it, because I think it might be a little fun. So yeah, I was talking about the Stop Arming Israel banner that they put up, and yeah, see, they started using their "We Love Joe" signs to start beating the anti-Israel killing Palestinian children. I can barely even call them protesters. They were literally just holding a sign. But they used their "We Love Joe" banners to begin beating them, actually. It's actually one of the most disgusting things I've seen in a while. There were some people there who wanted to, who are apparently Jill Stein voters too. I don't know if they're connected to each other. I have no clue, but there's a longer video that happened there. You see it's getting a little ruckus. There was a ruckus that was called. Yeah, there were some Green Party people that were there too. And listen, okay, I just want to say something really quick, talking about the Green Party, because I was just thinking about this the other day, and I feel like some people may like this, some people may not like this, but I'm 100% for there being more parties in the US. I think that would be a good thing, more viable options for people to run for higher office that isn't, for people to run for office that is outside the two-party system. I think that'd be a good thing for our like society, us for like being people, right? But I think one of the biggest problems is that there's almost never any real third-party options. Like everybody, like nobody who runs for, like almost nobody who runs for third party is like a serious person who gives a shit about winning or governing or give a shit about their voters who want to vote for them or care about the idea of there being more parties. I'm just gonna be honest. I know there are some people who are gonna disagree with me about this, but I feel like there really are almost none. There are definitely none. This election, there is nobody who gives a rat's ass about actually winning or governing this election cycle. Right, and Jill Stein is one of those people who don't really give a shit. Jill Stein never really cared about running for office. Jill Stein's been running for president since I think 2000, actually. And while yeah, she has real policy, and this is not me saying that she doesn't believe anything, right? This is me saying that I just don't think she cares about running. Like she cares about running and winning, right? Because if she did actually genuinely care about running for office and winning and affecting change while being in office, then she would be running for. She came from Massachusetts. She started her political career in Massachusetts. She would be running for like a House member or like senator or like county commissioner or city council or being a part of the education committee or like superintendent or a goddamn local dog catcher or something, right? Like starting your actual political career in a place where normal people would begin their political career. Instead, every 4 years, she just runs for president again for no reason, with no plan to actually win and no plan to actually affect positive change in the country. Genuinely. Because it's just, I don't know. Like, I don't think it's a stunt. Like she it's just fun for her. It's just very unserious. It's very like she knows she's never going to win, right? She knows she's never going to win. She doesn't really care about winning or the votes that the people give her either. She knows that's not going to happen. She knows she's not going to get 5% even at all, right? It's just very unserious. Like Cornel West is very unserious. He has like basically no foreign policy platform on his page either. He is not on the ballot in almost any state. He's on the ballot in like I think like 10 states, something along those lines too. RFK was on. He's gonna drop out tomorrow, but he was on the ballot in like a couple more states than Cornel West. But he wasn't serious about running either. He was just running to rat fuck Joe Biden. That was literally it. And when it turned out that he was rat fucking Trump, that's why he's dropping out now. And so like he's obviously not serious either about what's going on here. They're all unserious and they all don't care about winning elections or affecting positive change in the country. Because even if they all did, right, they I think they would all like be way more likely to kind of band together and have like a part, like for specifically just have a party that could get 5% to get like funding, right? But a lot of them don't even run for the actual parties either, which is kind of crazy. Like Cornel West had to jump around parties too. Who else is running? There's somebody else running too. There was like two Hispanic socialist women who were also running. And I think that idea is interesting, but unfortunately they were also super unserious and didn't give a shit about running and winning either, because some people were like, oh, you can vote for these. You never even, I don't even remember their names. You never hear about them. You know why? Because they started running after the filing deadline for like, I think most of the states had lapsed. So they announced their presidency, they announced their presidential intentions after the point when they could be on the ballot to run for president. And like at some point you got to think to yourself and be like, do these people actually care about anything that they're doing? And I think the answer is simply no, right? It's, for some people it's just a stunt. For them it was just a stunt, right? Because I would imagine that if you genuinely care about running and winning, then you would do the work to get on the ballot for multiple, for at least states that add up to 270 electoral votes years in advance. Like years in advance. I thought you would do that work years in advance, but they do it like, but instead of that, they do it the election year, and don't take it seriously at all. It's just kind of unfortunate. So that's why I think that's why I think like a lot of these third party stunts, unfortunately, are stunts, because like they just don't care about doing anything to actually win. It seems like it's just like a lot of waste of normal people's money who genuinely care about the idea of there being more than two parties who are viable at winning elections. I'm hoping Trump and some center right Romney types split the party. Dude, I'm not sure what's gonna happen post Trump. It's gonna be a weird party post Trump. Every election where Trump isn't on the ballot for for conservatives now, when like after the MAGAification of Republicans has just led to them getting absolutely obliterated every time. so yeah. So yeah, I want to move on to some other stuff that happened during the DNC as well. AOC had her speech, and a lot of people were saying that AOC's speech. A lot of people were saying that AOC is like with this speech has kind of become an upcoming star, for the Democrats. Like it's very possible that she could run for Senate and possibly run for run for presidency. It's very possible. It seemed like a lot of people really appreciated her speech, and things went kind of crazy. Apparently, there's also this like little kid who's being paid by the Democrats to run a pro Democrat like AstroTurf account on Twitter as well, who also met Charlie Kirk.
Okay, what's your question? Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
Well, I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Wait.
I didn't say that. I said it was.
Well,
that the civil rights bill should be overturned.
So he said, why did you say that you believe that the civil rights bill should be overturned? And that is something that Charlie Kirk actually believes. He believes that the civil rights bill should be overturned. He's going to say that, oh, actually, I said it was a mistake. Actually, well, that means you think it should be overturned, right? He believes that the civil rights bill and the Voting Rights Act specifically should be overturned because because the government shouldn't meddle in private citizens' wants to be racist in the public sector. The federal government shouldn't interfere in states' rights to be racist and remove civil liberties from people for the color of their skin. He's against it for white people, but like if it happens to black people and brown people, then they kind of deserve it. And he thinks that the government shouldn't be involved in that type of stuff. So yeah, he is like giga racist. Yeah.
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy. I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
That's trouble. It is crazy and it is trouble. That is true. But yeah, a lot of conservatives believe in, you'll hear conservatives every now and again say this thing. It's called overturning the 20th century. And basically it's an idea that everything from the Great Society to the social safety net, to housing policy, the GI Bill, the Civil Rights Act, women's suffrage, all of those things should be overturned. And we should go back to like an evil America where human beings where human beings have their rights taken away based on how they were born. So rich conservatives can prop up poorer conservatives to make themselves the rulers of the country forever, because the demographics of the country are changing and Republicans only appeal to old, white, divorced men. And that demographic group hasn't been growing as much as they've been wanting it to, as much as Elon has been attempting to help out. And so instead of trying to win over people who aren't literally them because their politics are simply evil, instead of that, they recognize the fact that nobody else besides that specific small group of people want to vote for them. Instead, they want to take away the rights and civil liberties of everybody else in the country, so they can't compete instead. The master race, you see. Speaking of people who are a part of the master race, somebody who was sneaking around the DNC was Matt Walsh. He was wearing this costume that he usually wears when he's trying to talk to liberals and left-wing people. He has like he puts on like a wig with a man bun on it, and he's like, this is going to disarm the liberals because they're going to think that they're talking to a soy latte drinking low tea pegging loving, toe sucking, a Starbucks loving, Joe Biden voting, a troop hating Democrat, a religious, pagan, crystal worshipping left wing voter, instead of the high tea, thick beard, strong jawline, fertile conservative that he truly is. So he started just creeping around the DNC like an absolute weirdo, and he used the same wig he did when he made his "What Is a Woman" meme-umentary as well. And some people caught him. They caught him and they're like, "Dog, what the hell are you doing?" Because he just started being really weird. He wasn't even recording anything. I don't know if he was having anybody else follow him, but it didn't look like anybody else was following him. He was just kind of slowly, quietly creeping around the DNC like a lizard the entire time, and it made a lot of people really uncomfortable Like as you can see here, like he what he was doing was, I guess what he's going to do now is go on his show and be like, I was at the DNC and I made it on national TV, right? Because since he's just a shitty YouTuber, this is his only possibility of making it onto like a reputable news source at all on primetime TV. So he started sneaking around. He started trying to follow around the mainstream media cameras and trying to sneak his way onto TV. So he was here, right, where he's talking behind, I don't know who this is. Chuck Schumer, where he started sneaking around Schumer, like a weirdo. And then here's another video that somebody took where they like noticed him on CNN, kind of like creep crawling. Yeah, here he is.
$35 insulin for senior citizens. Now we're going to get it for everybody.
That they had to shoo him away like a fucking fly. You know when like you're eating outside with your friends and family and a fly starts circling your hot dog like a damn vulture, like preparing for landing, and you have to like do like one of those. That's what they had to do to him constantly during the DNC. They were like, "Fuck off, move, dude." You know, they had to keep shoo. They had to keep shooing him away from places. It was so weird. I have no clue what his plan was, but yeah. You saw the dead domain videos, how video got mad without saying. Video got mad. I don't know what you're talking about, but dead domain seemed like a cool person. I like that she cosplays. That's cool. I've never cosplayed before. But yeah, also during the DNC, a drunk racist Hulk Hogan decided to go on a strange rant at a pro-Trump rally organization event in Ohio, about how he wants to physically assault Kamala Harris, and he asked the crowd how bad he should physically assault Kamala Harris if he ever got the opportunity to.
You want to get crazy? You want me to throw more beers out? You want me to body slam somebody? You want me to body slam Kamala Harris? I said, do you want me to body slam Kamala Harris? You want me to drop the leg on Kamala? Is Kamala a chameleon? Is she Indian? Okay, I like it. Ow.
Yeah, man, this is totally going to win Donald Trump the election. Keep arguing about whether or not Kamala Harris is black or Indian or something. You know, it was like super weird. Like after his like crazy racist speech at the Black Journalist Conference, he actually had a rally the next day where he pulled up on the Megatron in the event. A headline from, I think, like Bloomberg or something, that says Kamala Harris becomes the first Indian senator in the United States. And he's like, look, she identifies as Indian, not black. Why does she keep saying she's black? She's actually Indian. And he still keeps debating it. He still keeps debating the fact that he thinks that he's Indian and not, she's Indian and not black. Yeah, Hulk Hogan needs to go back to jail, man. He needs to go to jail. You need to put him in jail.
I'm gonna get heat for that one, brother.
Yeah, the guy completely lost his mind. Drunk and fell off. Hate to see it. Also, something that made Donald Trump start tweaking was the ratings. You know how he cares so deeply about ratings constantly? Well, this is something that he's had a problem with, because the DNC actually had way better ratings, had a 55% higher viewership rate ratio than the RNC when it happened. Mind you, and this happened, the RNC happened a couple days after Trump was shot in that mass shooting at his rally in Pennsylvania. And he still couldn't pull a lot of people to watch the RNC. So the DNC like kind of popped off. The DNC popped off quite a lot, quite a whole bunch, a crazy amount. And he was not happy with it. And while this was happening as well, Donald Trump had a rally in North Carolina where he was just so remember how I told you that Donald Trump got bored of running for president after Joe Biden, like his boyfriend, dropped out of the race? Is the Joker, like the Joker ran out of laughs after Batman stopped fighting crime? Like look at him. Look at this rally, dude. Like people actually stopped. Fox News stopped covering the rally because it was so boring. Listen to this. Look how little of a shit he gives about running for president anymore.
That could happen. These are fighters. They fight with broken, old, obsolete weapons and knives. We have F-16s. We have F-35s, F-32s, and we were knocking the hell out of them. Just knocking the hell out of them. That could happen.
He's so bored. Yo, he's so done. He actually fell asleep. F-35s, F-32s. We were really knocking them. We were knocking them. Like this one too. Look how sad he is, man.
Who bought it all? How disgusted we're all when we see, all of us are, when we see 3 days ago when we viewed their parade. Who bought
He's lost it, man.
How disgusted we're all when we see, all of us are, when we see 3 days ago when we viewed their parade.
Dog, what? He's really traumatized. Now, a little thing that I haven't gotten to get to because I haven't been here. Oh, here, like one thing. Kamchia, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you for that. I'm not a leftist, but I like a chunk of your work, especially electoral stuff. And I'm glad you and the GF are safe. Keep it up. Hey, I really appreciate you. Thanks for it. Listen, I mean, I'm a leftist, okay? A leftist perspective. That's what I do here. But I mean, like a lot of people can get stuff from the stuff that I talk about. So I mean, I appreciate that. So thank you. Thanks for the 5 and thanks for appreciating the content. I'd love to keep it up for you. Hello, Vouch Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Nice to see you. How was stream today, yo, chat? How was stream today, you guys? How was stream today, you guys? You guys talk about anything fun? Do anything interesting? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. Nice to see you. Happy to have you. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Hello, Vosh chat. Hello, Vosh chat. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? Nice to see you. Why is the McDonald's blue shirt? Okay, like for some of you all may not know, before I started streaming, I worked at McDonald's and they gave me free shirts for working at McDonald's to wear while I work at McDonald's. And so when I stopped working at McDonald's, I got to keep the shirts that I got when I worked at McDonald's. So they're just in my wardrobe. They're just shirts to me. So I was like, yo, free shirt. So that's kind of it. I also put it on every now and again, so I don't get a big head about being a shitty streamer now. And so I always remember where I came from. That's basically the big. So I always remember where I came from. You don't want to forget where you came from. You know, you never want to forget your roots. You never want to forget your roots. Are you and Zan still good? He started burning bridges with a lot of former friends and for various reasons. I haven't spoken to Xander Hall after our discussion the other day, but I don't think he's blocked me on anything. So that'd be, you know, I don't know. I don't have any. There wasn't some like crazy, heated, angry debate that happened. So I have no reason. I have no reason to hate him after the discussion specifically. For what happened in the discussion. So I mean, like I would imagine he feels the same, but we haven't not spoken since, but that doesn't really mean much because I don't speak to people at all, honestly. So I just don't talk to people very often. So like not speaking that's kind of like my normal state of being. We've never been me and him have never been on like we don't like talk like that. I think like twice a year we like send each other a message in DMs about something. But yeah, but that's how I usually interact with most people. So you know, it's just normal for me. LJ Wombology, I'm happy to have you again. Hi. Hello, what's up? Hello, what's up, chatters? Hello, what's up? You were married to Vosh? No, because I don't want to move to the damn West Coast. Ew. Ugh. Yikes. Oof. Yikes. West Coast living, I'd actually rather kill myself. That killing myself actually sounds more fun than living on the West Coast. But anyways, with that being said, yeah, Donald Trump became completely bored. After this, uncommitted delegates were given a space to speak at the DNC. There was an uncommitted panel at the DNC where they were able to talk about the need, like talk about the plight of the Palestinians, talk about the deaths, the sufferings, the international sort of the international sort of, you know, non-caring about what's going on for them. And thankfully they were able to have that space to speak, but they were also looking for a space to speak on stage, like to have a Palestinian come up, either a Palestinian doctor, somebody who's, or not even a Palestinian doctor, like they are Palestinian, like somebody who's been a doctor in Palestine to, you know, help the people there, to give medical aid to Palestinians who have been harmed in the war, who have been brutalized, maimed, mauled by Israel's attack on their home and on their people. And Kamala Harris's team specifically said there will be no Muslims on stage. They actually said there's a they didn't literally say it, but basically they said Kamala Harris instituted a Muslim ban on the DNC stage to say that there will be no Muslims, no Palestinians, nobody who's connected by blood or by friendship to anybody who is Palestinian would be allowed to speak on stage. And instead, Kamala Harris asked if the uncommitted delegates wanted a private, off the record, no video, no audio, secret, underground, unknown date meeting with Kamala Harris for 15 minutes instead of being able to bring up the fact that Palestinians are suffering at the DNC on the DNC stage instead. Obviously they were like, that's not a good like take for that, right? I want to talk about this just for a moment as well. Yeah, we can't acknowledge the reality of what's going on there. Of course not. So I wanted, like, obviously the incredibly disgusting treatment of Palestinians from the Democratic Party is not something that we would be surprised about. I mean, at the end of the day, America hates Muslims and Arabs, and killing as many Muslims and Arabs as possible, and supporting killing as many Muslims and Arabs as possible for whatever reason anywhere in the world is always a popular position in the American public. And that obviously that is supported by AIPAC, and for them supporting pro-Israel politicians and helping cement that fact into reality. But it's not something that AIPAC creates, it's just something that they prey upon. I want that to be important too, because some people think that AIPAC like creates people who are pro-Israel. No, people are pro-Israel, and AIPAC just helps cement their power in office by helping make sure they don't get beaten by people who think that Israel maybe shouldn't kill as many Muslims as it wants for fun. So like with that being a popular position, obviously taking positions that are deviate from killing as many Muslims and Arabs as possible for whatever reason at any point at any time anywhere in the world is just like only leads you to dropping yourself on a spectrum of being less politically viable. So that's why anytime you even want to bring up the fact that you care even as slightly about Palestinians, you have to give a 20-minute long preamble about why Israel should be able to kill as many Muslims as it wants. Right? So I mean, obviously there's that. But a lot of people are saying that but a lot of people mix up how. Here, let me just say it more plain. A lot of people are just simply being racist, right? A lot of people like they're like, oh, like they're like, you can say Islamophobic, I guess, but obviously when we say racist, you have an idea of what you're talking of like the type of person in your head. Arab isn't a race. Muslim isn't a race. but you know, like this very easily falls into the category of what we would call racist. So I'm just going to call it racist. A lot of liberals are being racist out there at the moment by tying the uncommitted delegates specifically to people who are protesting the DNC outside. And also a lot of people who call Kamala Harris Killer Kamala or like Genocide Joe or whatever. Basically the reasoning for why they didn't want any Muslims or Palestinians or people who support Palestinians or people who are related to by blood or by friendship to Palestinians to speak on stage was specifically because they thought that because they think that those people cannot be trusted, right? What they feared was that one of them would go off script, even if they were even if they were granted a pre-verified and approved script, that they wouldn't be able to that they wouldn't stick to the script and would like call Kamala Harris like the genocide enabler or something and cause a scene. Right? Not only is it kind of insanely vetted, even they didn't want anybody related to Palestinians or anybody who was Palestinian or Muslim to speak on stage, because even with a vetted script, because they believed that those people couldn't be trusted. So they had to implement a Muslim ban for the Democrats, for the DNC stage. Right. And I think it's genuinely sickening. If I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of people are saying that, they're basically saying that all of them are the same and all of them would act the same way. And everybody who has a problem with how the Biden administration has been handling the treatment of Palestinians is somebody who cannot be trusted and who is like anti-American, anti-Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, all of that type of stuff. And originally I was kind of on the plane of, okay, like they are uncommitted delegates. They're not Kamala Harris delegates. Like it would make sense that more likely than not, those people specifically wouldn't have a spot to speak on stage. But like offering other people who are non-connected to the uncommitted movement, even a doctor who's not Palestinian, who's gone to Palestine to operate on people who have been brutalized by Israel's war. Even those people were banned from speaking as well, and that was not an option at all. Anything that towed the line away from Israel can kill as many people as it wants with no repercussions whatsoever, and that does not matter. And we do not care at all. Is not a line that it was not a circle that they were willing to step out of or wanted anybody on stage to be able to step out of whatsoever. And I think that was really sad, and I thought it was really disgusting, as well. And it just kind of goes to show how the Democrats have not moved too far away from Biden's position. But that really wasn't a huge surprise for me, honestly. It seemed like they were probably going to do that anyways. So it's just more proof of how they are going to operate. So we'll see how it plays out in the future. But I just wanted to take some time to speak about that. Israeli citizens, though, yes, yeah. I think Israeli citizens were able to speak, yes, and family members of Israeli hostages. Both of those types of people did have their time to speak on stage. But there was a Muslim ban on stage, and no Muslims, no Palestinians, nobody who's been to Palestine or has operated on Palestinians, no doctors, no journalists, no voters, none of those people were able to speak. It was only people connected to Israel were able to speak, but anybody else, people connected to Palestinians or Muslims, were banned from the stage. I remember distinctly you were coping on the Democrats coming around on the issue because they would lose otherwise. And you're capping, but it's been like two months since I've like had a real stream. But I wouldn't say that I thought that they would change their position. I said that they would, like, them not changing their position was bad, and would lose them voters, which I still 100% believe is the case. But I don't expect much from Democrats, honestly, right? Joe Biden knew that his position on Israel was losing him voters, but he did not care. He was perfectly fine with, like, staking a chunk of his possibility of getting reelected on making sure Israel can kill as many people as she sees fit. So like that's not a surprise to me, right? I mean, I think he even said when I started talking about the issue, killing as many Muslims and Arabs as possible will always be probably in my lifetime will always be a popular position in American politics, and deviating from kill as many Muslims or Palestinians, Muslims or Arabs as possible will always is good, and Israel killing them specifically is even better. Outside of like moving outside of that, I think is going to be difficult for anybody in this country, simply because killing Arabs and Muslims is just so popular of a position in this country, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think especially with especially with social media and Israel's Hasbara not being as effective, specifically due to people being able to see what Israel does and it not being filtered through Israel-friendly media and politicians, will slowly erode some support Israel has in the country when it comes to their actions towards Palestinians and the Muslim and Arab world in general. But I don't really think that that's going to be something that we're going to see the full ramifications of, probably in I mean, definitely not in the next like 10 or so years. I would personally imagine. I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised. But yeah. Kamala Harris is losing support and may not be as big as we anticipated. Yeah, for like a couple reasons. One, Donald Trump is running, and that blunts people's analysis of the situation to, yeah, that's really bad, but Donald Trump has positioned himself as literally the pro-genocide, literally the pro-genocide kid. Like literally his position is Israel should turn the West Bank and Gaza into a parking lot and kill like all of the Muslims. It's not like kill a lot of Muslims, it's kill all of them. Like kill and displace literally all of them. And Donald Trump's position is we should like commit an actual genocide as well as a cultural genocide of both of Palestinians in the area. Just 100%. So obviously Kamala Harris's position is better than that, even though I don't believe it's correct. I mean, like simply by him being so, like, I can't say for lack of a better term, because this is the best term, evil on this position. It's made it so people's analysis of the situation is obviously like, well, yeah, that's bad, but this guy literally wants to be like Hitler for Arabs. He's like, Donald Trump's position is he wants to do a Holocaust against Arabs. Like that's just genuinely his position. Like, remember, he's the guy who literally did a Muslim ban in the country. That's simply his position. Remember, he's the guy who moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which is one of the reasons why this war began to begin with. He was the reason for why he was facilitating Israel's normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia without any Palestinian Authority being present at all, specifically to expedite hopefully displacing, genociding, and killing Palestinians as much as possible, so Israel can like take the entire area between the West Bank of the Jordan River and the Mediterranean entirely, and maybe even the Sinai as well. I guess we'll have to see. So obviously, like, that's a big thing. And just like Israel Gaza is just not as big of, it's kind of like climate change, right? Like, it's a really important issue, but it's not just that high on the list of issues that people have, right? People's more like issues, people have stronger feelings and issues about like immigration, the border, housing, healthcare, which isn't necessarily wrong for you to focus on issues that are closer to you as a human being. But since we just have so few Muslims in the country, people who are related to Palestinians in the country, and we have like far more people who are related, who have relations to Israel, or Israel's interests in general, and just like the fact that Israel has a stronger pull over our Israel's interests have a larger influence over our politics than, you know, Arabs' interests. Obviously, people simply care less about it, and so I feel like I believe she is losing votes. It's morally wrong, but my position for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden changing their position on this topic is not rooted in the position of they will definitely lose, so they will definitely lose if they don't change their position, so they must change their position. My position on this, and the reason for why I think they should change, is because their current policies are inhumane, and it is morally wrong for them to not change their position on this topic. So that's why I advocate for what I advocate for. Not the cope of I'm totally right and you're totally going to definitely lose if you don't believe exactly what I believe. I believe what they're doing is morally unjust, and history will look poorly upon them. But that's a position that only really affects people who have the interest in having a human heart, which most politicians do not, because they have an interest in winning elections instead. So moving on from that, something interesting that really happened during the DNC as well was the fact that we got to see more of Walz's family. So Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, if you remember, who was also hand chosen to be Kamala Harris's running mate, has two kids actually. One is Hope and the other one is Gus. So Hope, we've talked about before. You've heard of Hope. If you listen to Walz's stump speech, he brings up Hope because he brings up the fact that his family him and his wife had to go through infertility treatments similar to IVF to conceive of children, and Hope was a child that they conceived, and so they named her Hope when they finally were able to conceive through the magic of medicine that the Republicans are trying to repeal and make illegal or heavily legislate. So Hope was there, but right now I want to talk a little bit about Gus, right? Because Gus is a child, is his 17-year-old child who is autistic. There are reports of him being a bit nonverbal as well. He has a learning disability. But you know what else he has? He has love for his father. And so as his dad was speaking on stage and finished up his speech, Gus actually was in tears. Oh my gosh, Hillary Clinton just stalking behind this poor man, this poor boy. So Gus actually cried. Oh my bad, that's not Hillary Clinton. That's not Hillary Clinton. It's just a woman who has like the same hair as Hillary. It's very curious. But anyways, Gus cried on stage. Gus cried on stage about it. Gus cried with his father on stage and being chosen as a VP, and you know, like everything that they've been going through. And it was a beautiful moment. You know, none of Trump's kids cried or any showed this type of emotion for him. It's a very normal, very loving, very caring family that Walz has. But the reason for why I'm bringing this up is not simply to tell you that this happened, but for this tweet actually specifically that quote tweeted this. Lord protect this sweet boy from right-wing Twitter. because I want to talk a little bit about what happened on right-wing Twitter. So once again, this is a neurodivergent 17-year-old child who was Walz's son. When that happened, when he was on, when this happened, when this picture was taken, conservatives then pounced on the opportunity to say the most disgusting things about him. This account, Autism Capital, said, "Poor kid, heartfelt, but he's definitely going to become a meme." I have no clue how this could possibly become a meme to anybody who isn't genuinely insane, but conservatives are those people exactly. So they started to say terrible things about him, about him, his family, his father. They started calling him slurs, like the most disgusting insinuations as well about him. The weirdest, most disgusting things. I'm not even playing this up for you. Here's one: Milo Yiannopoulos tweeting out, "This boy has been molested," about a 17-year-old child. This man belongs in jail. Is a grown man saying something so insane about this 17-year-old child. They are not beating the insane, weird allegations, the disgusting allegations to sexualize an autistic child. The first, like, he sees a child and the first thing he thinks of is sexual assault. Don't you think that's incredibly strange? And I think it says a lot, honestly. Like, don't you think it's weird? Don't you think it says a lot about conservatives that they see a son clapping and crying over his father's achievement, and they go, "Why the hell is he doing that? Isn't that weird? That's so strange. My son's never done something like that for me." My child's never cried and clapped and been proud of me before. What? Huh? Genuinely confused about the idea of having a loving family. It makes a lot of sense why a lot of them are so divorced and so sad and such terrible people, don't you think? Curious, isn't it? Another one: Walz is 60, his son 17. That means he had him at 43. Spoiled semen. So yeah. Do you drink 47-year-old dairy milk? Okay, buddy. Yeah. This is why people don't like you. Just so you know, this is why people don't like you. Spoiled semen. This is exactly why people don't like people like you, okay? This is why we call you weird. This is why we call you evil. This is why we call you cringe and disgusting. This is why we call you monsters and anti-family. This is why we call you these things. I hope you know this. This is exactly why. This type of behavior. And there's the most insane one. I'm not even going to pull up for you. I was debating whether or not I want to pull it up for you, but I'm not going to pull it up for you. Actually, it's that disgusting. And this person genuinely needs to be deported. But this is a tweet that got hundreds and hundreds of likes on Elon Musk's Twitter, on conservative media. It was filled with comments of people calling him slurs, making the most insane, disgusting insinuations about him. But basically what it is a picture of, it's an edited picture. Somebody actually spent maybe an hour on this. An edited picture of Tim Walz putting peanut butter on his dick and trying to feed it to his child here, right? And it is one of the most disgusting things I've seen in my entire life. After this guy posted it and was happily soaking up hundreds of likes from right-wing Twitter, he then, normal people who aren't a part of the sort of MAGA hermetic seal, it breached, and people started reporting and saying and commenting on it on him and his tweets, and he had to delete his entire Twitter account. After it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. But this is who conservatives are. This is who these people are. This is what they do. Right? This weird pedophilic behavior, honestly, is so gross but so rife in their community. I'm just going to tell you this right now, okay? And now some people might get mad at me when I say this, but it has to be said. Somebody has to say, I am the chosen one. Someone had to do it. Some cultures are not equal. Every culture is not equal. And conservative culture is degenerate. It is disastrous for civilized society and is simply unfit for civilized society. Conservatives and their culture that they bring to America only brings problems. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, some are pedophiles. Some, I imagine, are good people, but many in a sane society, in a just society, should be deported. Should simply have their credentials for citizenship revoked and are either placed in asylum for treatment and rehabilitation or deported from the country entirely for their crimes against humanity. And it's very unfortunate that I have to say this, but for these types of tweets to get this type of play amongst conservative Twitter, it just shows me that there's something wrong with them and their culture. There's something fundamentally broken with their culture. There's something fundamentally broken with how they act as human beings. It's not simply, this is not learned behavior. There is something wrong with their minds. They were born wrong. They didn't learn to be wrong. Many of them are defective human beings and were born incorrectly. And so yeah, it's just really sick. It's really sick and twisted stuff going on over there. And it needs to stop, and it needed to stop a long time ago. And we need to shut down conservatism until we figure out what the hell is going on. Until we figure out what the hell is going on. Some of it is learned behavior, but some of them were simply predisposed to crime and degeneracy simply by the way that they were born. And I feel like a lot of people don't want to bring that up, but some people were born as defective humans, and many of them call themselves conservatives. But yeah, anyways, that basically wraps up everything that happened. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I totally can't forget this story. I cannot forget this story. This is probably one of the most insane stories to play off the back of what we just talked about. This is probably one of the most insane stories of the DNC. I'm going to play you this clip from I think Newsmax or something, and then with Laura Trump speaking, and then I'll explain to you a little bit more about it after you listen to this. So take a look at this.
And then, of course, abortion, which is really what this whole entire DNC is surrounding. Yes. They have a mobile abortion van. You get a taco and an abortion, a vasectomy, and a snow cone at the DNC. And they have continued to lie about Donald Trump wanting to sign a federal abortion ban. They can't actually operate, Rob, in truth and reality, because the truth is no one wants to buy what they're selling. No one wants 4 more years of the 3.5 we've just had to live through. This country will not survive. People cannot make it, and they know they cannot be honest. So they lie and they trash Trump. That's the whole DNC wrapped up in a little box for you there.
So if you're wondering what in the world she's talking about, where this came from, or what's happening at all, let me explain to you a little bit, okay? So what happened is that there was a rumor going around on conservative Twitter. Some of it was started by Laura Loomer, that weird alien-looking creature who tried to run for office in Florida, but now is like a Donald Trump ankle biter who follows him around wherever he goes. Laura Loomer came up with this insane theory a little while ago, a couple days before the DNC started, that she believed in her heart of hearts that there was going to be, well, let me just read it out. Let's show it to you and read this out for you, okay? She reported a couple of days ago, I hear that a black trans doctor will be performing an abortion on a white woman live on stage at the DNC in Chicago this August. So yes, okay? Yes, This is what they genuinely believe. And there was a large amount of conservatives who actually believed this. They believed that the Democrats were going to prove how pro-abortion they were by having a black trans disabled neurodivergent doctor who's also a minor who got into Harvard medical school through DEI and affirmative action, trained in CRT to perform a live abortion on a white woman, the whitest of women too. Okay, on a white woman who's currently dyeing her hair because she just broke up with her boyfriend. Okay, a white woman who after this was going to go to a BTS concert. Okay, a white woman who was there because she just finished coming back from Starbucks. A white woman live on stage while the Democrats cheer, and then they hold up the head of the aborted fetus like a freshly murdered king. Like the doctor was going, a white woman, the doctor was going to bring out a mini fetus-sized guillotine to execute the fetus live on stage and throw the body parts to the crowd to take home as souvenirs to turn into fetus jerky. This is genuinely something that they actually believed. This is not, I promise you that this is not a joke. A lot of people now, okay, who aren't in this space very often, you may be thinking to yourself, Shark, stop being so crazy. Why are you trying to gaslight me into genuinely believing that these people actually thought that the Democrats were really, truly, unironically going to perform an abortion live on stage? Well, I bring you the conservatives who genuinely, actually, truly believe that the Democrats are going to commit an abortion live on stage. So here's this guy, Jack Huey, all right? Man has 16,000 followers, but this tweet got almost 3,000 likes, 1.3 million views, where he says, I almost feel bad. A while back, and I'll just add to this post if I find it, I called out Laura Loomer because she said people were going to give an abortion on stage at the DNC. Turns out she was correct. And the video that he posted to prove that this is real, pardon the audio because conservative audio is genuinely horrible. This is Jack Prosbiak, who's wearing a keffiyeh as a makeshift mask to try to hide his identity, walking around protest outside of the DNC, asking white women about how many abortions they've had and what their pussy looks like or whatever, right? And this is the response some of the women gave.
How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had today?
DNC.
Incredibly weird, strange, peculiar, odd, line of questioning that this man is going through right now. But yeah.
How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had today?
DNC. I'm getting paid by George Soros to have an abortion on the stage with no drug.
Which way are you going? Which way are you going?
What do you mean, which way?
Which type of abortion?
What kind of abortions are there, Jack?
There's pills, there's tools, there's a number of ways.
So
which way you going? What you buying? What you selling? What do you mean? Which way abortion? What are you talking about? Why is he saying it like they're colorways in shoes or something? How many flavors of abortion are there, Jack? Do you know? He's against abortion. He doesn't even know what the hell's going on. What type of abortion is there? There's tools, there's pills. Oh, there's Actually, the white woman gives herself an abortion by throwing herself down the stairs at the DNC. That's what happens. That's what happens.
it's going to be on stage. So a normal person would think that they would use tools, right? And vacuum it out and do all of that. Like if I took a pill that takes several days and nothing happens, you won't see.
Well, actually, what this woman isn't getting is the fact that on the first day of the DNC, the woman takes the abortion pill. And on the fourth day of the DNC, they suck the fetus out. So it's like an ongoing, it's like an ongoing like B-side story to the DNC. That kind of just goes, it just kind of like marinates in the background until the final day where Kamala Harris presses the abortion button and like where they it's like a loose tooth where they tie a string onto the leg of the fetus and they hand the other end of the string to the crowd and they're like heave ho and they pull the fetus out. They pull the fetus right on out. Pop that bitch right out. And then Steph Curry then shows up and dribbles the baby and then shoots it half court into a trash can that was turned into a basketball hoop. And that's what the DNC was going to be. Dumping Yeetus fetus. Yeah. You ever gone to the zoo and they do like those pull tests where they have that rope that separates like you and the tiger enclosure? And like it's like you try and pull against the tiger. That's what they were going to do to the fetus. Right? They're going to see if the fetus could like withstand the pull of the entire DNC crowd. You could take turns on stage to see if you could pull the fetus out.
So you should probably like study how female anatomy works.
Yeah. After this, he like she said the word fuck, and then he got really upset because they're gonna cut this. They're totally gonna cut this, man. Stop. Okay. But then this person, okay, and even people in the comments, even some people in the comments, Laura Loomer here told ya. She comes back and she said, "I told you so." She is 100% serious when she says they genuinely believed that they were going to have an abortion. And it was going to be paid for by George Soros and performed by a black trans doctor on stage at the DNC. My guy said, "My bad. Throw me a follow. I'll never question you again." Laura Loomer is the 400 likes, just so you know. Laura Loomer is the most shit upon journalist in history because she refuses to pull her punches and appease to the masses, but she is rarely, if ever, wrong. At least you have the balls to apologize. Most people don't. Paid by Soros? What the fuck? Right. Wild. This is the most disgusting thing I've heard in a while. It'll be the pill, but still. Oh my, I actually didn't read this one. I didn't read this one, actually. I was joking when I made that joke about how they were going to take the pill the first day and then on the last day they were going to pull the fetus out. But that's actually what he genuinely believed. Oh my gosh. When I saved this tweet, I didn't read that. This comment actually popped up higher in the comment section that I saw. But I thought you were serious? No, they are serious. They are 100% serious here. All these conservatives are genuinely serious. They're genuinely serious. 100% serious. Yes. I've never been against Loomer. She's annoying at times, a little dramatic, but I was not going to call her out. I knew there was something to it. And now these people actually believed that there was going to be an abortion on stage. Listen, the only thing that got aborted on the DNC stage was Donald Trump's chances of winning the presidency, okay? Because I will say the Democrats put on a pretty good show for your average voter who was wondering whether or not they wanted to vote for Kamala Harris. I see her getting a pretty substantial convention bump, but we'll just see. The convention was incredibly important in defining her and figuring out and defining her and giving a good reason for people to vote for her. And in some cases, an excuse to vote for her as well. I think the DNC, for the most part, turned out really well. And it seems like it had a crazy amount of viewership compared to the RNC, which, mind you, and I want to talk about this in a bit, but there's no reason for Donald Trump to be down in the polls right now against Kamala Harris. After all the stuff that he did and went through, and all the positive media press that he got after the mass shooting at his campaign event in Pennsylvania last month, there's no reason for him to be down. He is the strongest he has ever been. And the fact that he's down right now, while Kamala Harris literally hopped into the race a month ago, where 20% of the public didn't even have an opinion on her yet, where she had a lower approval rating that was, I think, 5 times lower than Donald Trump's. The fact that he is losing right now tells me everything I need to know about this election. I want to talk about that here in just a bit, but yeah, things are really bad for him, and things are bad for Republicans, and them having to come up with some of the most insane talking points and theories to be able to make a reason for why they might lose, or what the Democrats are doing is wrong. The fact that they have literally no sauce is telling me a whole lot about why they like Trump's campaign is sputtering out like crazy. Sputtering out like crazy, yeah. I dream of a society where people look upon conservatives the same way they look upon children. Oh, like, oh, look at it. Oh, you want to ban? You want to overturn the 19th Amendment? Oh. Oh, look at it. You poor little thing. I mean, they have the brains of children. They have the brains of children. There's a reason why we call them baby brain. There's a reason. There's a reason. I mean, like Barack Obama made a small dick joke about Donald Trump. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of insane. I'm gonna be real. My man's got kind of cooked. Him having to live tweet Kamala Harris because he knew he couldn't share a state. He couldn't do a side by side. It's kind of insane. It's kind of insane how bad it's gotten. Yeah. Cringe. Let me pull up. Where is this? Bink, bonk, boom. Yeah, there we go. Let me pull up this little background music as we move into the next thing. Ooh, should I do a little election analysis, or should I like wait? I have like this urge. I have this urge that just came up inside me. Oh, I can't. Ooh, okay. Listen, I want to tell you all about okay, treat. You guys want a treat? You guys want a little treat? Okay, wait. Good night. Yeah, take care. Tyrannics, thanks for the gifted sub to Toaster Cleaner. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. As well as Ravio Lupe. Thank you so much for the $9.99, the $10 donation. I really appreciate you for the dono, for the tip. Thank you so much for that. Okay, listen, a little treat, a little morsel. I have to tell you guys that I have I don't want to call it an addiction, but I have a guilty pleasure. Okay? I've developed a little guilty pleasure. Okay, it may be a little unhealthy, but I just can't help myself. Oh, like a little involuntary compulsion. I can't lie. I've developed one, and I wanted to share it with you all. I need to share it with you all. Actually, I need to share it with you all. Garlic bread? No. It's watching. It's actually watching conservative, it's watching conservative hack, shitty, biased election predictions that shitty biased election predictions that position themselves as intellectual. Okay, it's the conservative intellectual arm of it's a YouTube conservative intellectual arm of the election cycles, and it's like Tim Pool shit. It goes even deeper than that because they what they do is analyze elections in the most hacky, shitty, worst, most biased, cringe, hilarious way possible, and I've just can't. It's the conservative intelligentsia of of election seasons, and I just haven't been able to stop myself from watching the videos because they're just so good. They're just so good. Like, oh my gosh, they're so fun. I've been watching so many of them, and I want to share some of them with you all. Chat, you want to see some? You should talk about the 267 leaks. I would like, maybe we'll do like a leak stream, or we'll do like I've done like anime spoiler streams before where I talk about, you know, spoilers and like some of the anime that I've been reading, some of the manga that I've been reading and watching, right? Like maybe we can talk about the end of My Hero, because My Hero finished, and talk about, I mean, the ending of Jujutsu Kaisen. So if you guys didn't know, Jujutsu Kaisen is actually ending. We only have 4. It had its 5 chapter left announcement. I think like 2 days ago or so. And so yeah, now we only have we only have 5 chapters left, and the whole series is donezo. And so I mean, I have almost every book right up here. I want to finish the collection and have all of them. So, but yeah, it's ending, and it has 5 chapters left, and the last chapters are being pretty crazy. So maybe we'll talk about that sometime, in like a spoiler stream where it's very clear, like, don't click if you don't want to be spoiled for like this or that series. If you haven't read up to, you know, this part. I don't want to talk about spoilers, but I only want to talk about chapters that have actually officially came out. But I will say my only comment on it is going to be the same as the comment I made on Twitter, which is never been happy to be a JJK fan with these last spoilers that came out. I knew Gege had it in him. I always knew that he was going to write peak. All you need to do is there are copers, and there are cringers, and there are criers, there are bedwetters, there are people who there are the unfaithful, there are the doubters, there are the disbelievers, there you know, there are those of little faith who believed that Gege didn't know how to write, and Gege was going to write a bad ending, or Gege forgot this or that, when we all know that Gege did not forget, Gege will not forget, and Gege will give us peak if we let him cook. And so even I lost a little bit of faith at some point. I decided to let my man cook, and he made us a 5-star meal with that last chapter. That's all I'll say. Never been happier to be a JJK fan. It was exactly what I was hoping for. It was like reading a fanfic, but it was executed perfectly, better than I could have ever expected. No spoilers in chat. If you even hint at a spoiler in chat right now, I will ban you. I'm sorry, but it'll have to work that way. 0 spoilers in chat. We are being super duper mega vague on this, okay? All I'm saying is that it was an incredible chapter. I'm very happy that it came out, and I'm more confident than ever that the series is going to end in a way that I can look back on and be so happy that I decided to pick up the series when I did, and to be a part of it, and to always trust Gege that he'll feed me good, because boy, are we eating. So I'm gonna take just a quick break here because I gotta go pee. Enjoy the Sonic Colors music, and when we come back, I want to tell you all a little bit about my guilty pleasure that I've been imbibing in since I haven't been streaming, because boy is it fun. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, listen. We're gonna keep this quick because I want to be able to go over this fully in normal times when most people will be awake. A lot of you have work, so I don't want to keep you up too late, and I don't want to do this too late. I want to talk about this when we have more people here at a normal time. But I want to tell you a little bit. Can we add music to the playlist? Let's do it tomorrow. Because I'll be back again tomorrow because I want to talk about this in full later. But like as I said, I've had a little guilty pleasure. I've had like a little, I've had like I've had this pull to consume conservative hack, conservative hack, election prediction, election analysis content, and it has been so fun. It has been so fun, chat. So basically what I'm talking about is that there's a whole host of channels out there of people who are conservatives, very, very heavily conservative, very hacky, very incredibly biased, people who do wish casting and not forecasting, where they basically like take their little magic wand and they bippity boppity boop their way to finding out no matter what the numbers are, no matter what the facts are, no matter what the reality of the situation is, they will always find a way to tell their viewers that Donald Trump or the Republicans will always win this election cycle no matter what. It does not matter because they know that Donald Trump will definitely totally pull out a W here, just like he did every time they doubt him and the polls are always wrong and he's gonna totally epically own this stinky liberal again. And it never happens, and it's so funny. So there's a whole lot of them. A lot of you all know Red Eagle Politics. I was actually blocked by Red Eagle Politics a long while ago. And some of you may be wondering why. Well, the reason for why actually was because when there were a couple, I think a year ago or so, there were a bunch of mass shootings that happened. I think like maybe 2 years ago now. There were a bunch of mass shootings that happened. And I said, I stumbled upon a tweet where he said that if you want the far right mass shootings to stop, you should give the far right terrorists what they want. And what he said was that like Democrats should stop all immigration and start to give white people their rightful place at the top of American society. And if they don't, then we're going to keep getting these far right mass shootings because, well, we're just, it's kind of our fault. We're bringing it upon ourselves. So if you want them to stop, just give them what they want. Right. And obviously people were clowning on him for like wanting to kowtow and negotiate with terrorists so bad. And obviously everybody was clowning on him. Right. And I quote tweeted and I said, now some of you may be like that shark. Some of you may be like shark, but listen, I think he deserved it. I quote tweeted him and said, "A guy stop bullying him. If you push him too far, he might snap and shoot up a Walmart." And then right after that, he blocked me. And so I know he's seen. I know he knows. I know he knows I exist at least a little bit. But that's been our only interaction ever. But I've watched his videos before, and I think sometimes they get incredibly funny. Because it's basically him just wish casting a conservative W every day of the week. I thought the far right demands were going to be state mandated girlfriends. Listen, I mean, that's part of it. That's obviously part of it. That's obviously part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of it. There's this. Some of this stuff is just, it's just, like, I was watching some of this stuff and my ass was like clapping like a seal. I can't lie. Some of this stuff was just too funny. Listen, I can understand why I get blocked for that. I see, listen, I'm not surprised that I was blocked. I was just saying that I thought it was, listen, I just thought it was a funny interaction, okay? Your ass was clapping like a seal? Yeah, listen. How do you think? Listen, it's called exercise. Ever heard of it? It is private time. Wait a second. Let me see if I could pull. Let me see if I could pull some of this up for you. Can I? I need like a little What is this? What is going on over here? Wait a second. I'm trying to look at some stuff. Oh, I see. Okay, I have like most of this stuff. You're getting deleted. Okay, thank you. You're taking up too much damn RAM. Okay, yeah, like Elliot Roger. Yeah. Let me see. Red Eagle's always fun. He's one of my favorites. He's one of the largest too, but he's also one of my favorites. He's just so curious. He's just a curious guy. In my personal opinion. In my opinion. But I also found that there's like a whole ecosystem. I only thought there was a couple, but there's a whole ecosystem out there of them. Hello? Oh no, is my shit like kind of freezing up? Oh, it is. Oh no. Is it just this tab? Oh fuck, stop this. Stop that. Okay. Stuff was freezing up for just a moment there. Just a second there. Hate to see it. Okay, let's see. I mean, Red Eagle's always fun. But basically, okay. So Red Eagle, if you don't know, he's like an election prediction guy. Channel consists of political commentary, strategy, and analysis from a right-leaning perspective. So he's not a liar. I can say whatever I want about Red Eagle, but one thing I can't say is that he's a liar. He comes at this from a right-wing perspective, and that's just who he is, okay? That's his thing. That's what he do. That is what he do, right? So one thing that this guy has been on has been the fact that Kamala Harris is in a honeymoon phase right now, okay? Which means that people are giving her the benefit of the doubt, and her polls are like really high right now, but they're going to completely fall apart soon because she's going to get epically bodied by the truth and factual reality of the matter because she's cringe, obviously, and Donald Trump is actually super duper based. Like she may actually be easier to beat than than Joe Biden. Actually, this one was kind of fun.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Red Eagle Politics. Make sure you guys like this video down below and subscribe to the channel if you are new. So Democrats admitted that Joe Biden could not defeat Donald Trump. They decided to essentially coup their sitting nominee for his vice president, Kamala Harris.
It's an insurrection even.
The presumptive nominee for the Democrats, and it definitely begs a lot of questions. Is she going to be able to go out there and defeat Donald Trump, or is she going to get a big boost from this, or is Donald Trump even going to have an easier time? There's definitely a lot of questions that need to be answered, and I think it's important that we examine Kamala Harris's record, examine kind of her origin story a little bit, understand how she got to this point, understand her paper, she is very unfavorably viewed in terms of the public. Donald Trump has a higher favorable rating than Kamala Harris.
This was true until she got into the race. And then that changed.
Donald Trump has a
and
higher
that changed a
favorable
whole
rating
lot
than Kamala Harris does. So when you look at this, it's like, yeah, on paper, she's easy to beat. We'll talk about why. But still, Democrats doing this definitely get a lot more people paying attention. Joe Biden was somebody who is not exciting. They kind of get this honeymoon phase of excitement. And Republicans, many of them are kind of worried about, you know, if they're willing to do this, what else are they willing to do? We'll see the media probably just go all in on
they might even kill Donald Trump.
Brand of Kamala Harris that's going to be taking place over the next 3 months or so leading up to Election Day. Is it going to work? We'll have to analyze it, but it's important that.
But yeah, anyways, this video basically goes over the conservative, the usual conservative hacky talking points about Kamala Harris. He goes over the misogynistic talking point that Kamala Harris fucked her way into politics by dating a guy who gave her one position, two positions on random California like political bodies before she left him and then moved on to do something else. And that's why she's here now.
Eventually did pass the bar exam. She met a guy named Willie Brown, and we don't have to discuss that, but definitely he advanced her career significantly. She became the district attorney in San Francisco, which is not really something to be proud of in general if you are running for politics nationally. And then she ran for attorney.
Oh yes, becoming a district attorney, something definitely not. You should definitely not be proud of that. Obviously, she should definitely try and hide that. Of course, running a YouTube channel. That's that's high bar stuff for running for politics, you see.
General of California. And as a Democrat, she could only get 46% of the vote as the Democrat nominee. If it wasn't.
Now, this is also a talking point. Now, oh man, I kind of wish I was streaming back then when she got on, but there are a lot of conservative talking points. The reason why none of them are really sticking is because almost all of them are incredibly stupid. So they're saying that Kamala Harris almost lost her original election bid for attorney general. Which is true. She did almost lose. She won by less than 1 point. But this was in 2010. Remember, I'm not sure if you guys remember this, but in 2010, you know what else was on the ballot? Gay marriage. And you know there was a ballot measure for gay marriage on the in California, and Californians voted, I wouldn't say overwhelmingly, but quite strongly for gay marriage to be made illegal statewide in California. And so she ran on this ballot back when California was far more conservative than it was today. Far more conservative. Like, remember, Ronald Reagan was the mayor of California. All right. And also remember this, Mitt Romney was the governor of Massachusetts back in the early 2000s. A lot of the states that we call solid blue and solid red these days were far less likely to be known as those things a little while ago, and obviously they go through transitionary periods. The mid 2010s was the transitionary period for California when it was moving from being far more conservative to being much more liberal. That is like a 30 points more conservative than it is today. So yes, she almost won. Yes, she almost lost. But also California is pretty conservative, and she was running for an open seat. So yeah, she almost lost, but she won. And then her re-election bid, she won overwhelmingly as well.
For the Libertarian Party and all these third-party candidates in the mix, she wouldn't have even been able to win as a Democrat in California.
So true.
All the other Democrats that year performed relatively well compared to her. She was a chronic underperformer, electorally speaking. She won her Senate race in 2016, but she was able to do so off of name recognition and fundraising. She went head-to-head against a no-name Democrat. She actually ended up losing the Hispanic vote in the process. And then she ran for president in 2020. She was touted as a rising star by the establishment and by the media, but her campaign utterly imploded. She was attacked by Tulsi Gabbard, and she cratered in the polling. She fell below Andrew Yang. She fell below Tom Steyer. She even fell below Michael Bloomberg, who didn't even formally enter the race at that point. Some of these names you probably forgot about. Some of these names you've probably never heard of, but it just goes to show how weak on paper Kamala Harris truly is. But
so true. So she was like, remember guys, she was cringe and she was lame and she could never win until she did win. And then, but when she wins, remember, she only won because everybody else was even more cringier than her, you see. Even more cringier than her. But if you think about it, this totally means that she'll totally ethically be bodied by Donnie Trumpy, because Donald Trump is not cringe and he's based.
We're in a whole lot of options. Biden went with her.
Tulsi who? Tulsi, if you guys didn't know, Tulsi Gabbard is actually doing Donald Trump's debate prep against Kamala Harris, because all these conservatives think that Tulsi Gabbard totally bodied Tulsi Gabbard. And so that's why, and so the Trump campaign recruited Tulsi Gabbard to help Donald Trump debate Kamala Harris in a couple weeks from now, because they think that she's such an epic debater that she can totally own her. The problem was, all of Tulsi Gabbard's attacks against Kamala Harris came from the left, and none of that helps Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is literally incapable of attacking Kamala Harris from the left. It's just not possible.
Her, and Biden himself called her a DEI hire. Listen.
To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are literally, and that's not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history. It taps into the full talents of our country and starts at the top with the vice president.
So you hear that. But Democrats now, if you decide to remotely question Kamala Harris and, her stature and standing within the Democrat Party today as a testament to her identity and her being a DEI hire, you're the worst person in the world. But these were the same people that were pressuring Biden to pick a black woman. These are the same people that basically agreed at the time that it was historic. And that's really why she was chosen over.
Yeah. So here's the thing, is that I think Kamala Harris was probably was a pretty good pick. I don't know if anybody else up there was going to be like a better pick that we know of. Maybe there was some random House member that you could make an argument for being a better pick, but Kamala Harris got some pretty good, decent name recognition. And you guys may not know, but Kamala Harris has actually been relatively big in the Democrat Party for quite some time. She did actually speak at Obama's DNC in 2008, when he obliterated Hillary Clinton. And I think a couple years after that is when Obama had to apologize for calling Kamala Harris hot. But she was a speaker at the DNC, and I think 2012. So yeah, she's been in the Democrat Party for quite some time. She has connections. She's pretty large. She was a relatively large figure. Not to inside baseball Dems, not like your average normie Dem. She's an inside baseball Dem, really. He called her what? Oh yeah, that's a story you guys don't know? Okay, wait. Obama calls California Kamala Harris best looking attorney general. April 4th, 2013. President Obama assessed the beauty of California's Attorney General Kamala Harris, calling her the best looking Attorney General during remarks at a fundraiser in Atherton, California. You have to be careful. First of all, you have to be careful. You have to be careful to, first of all, say she's brilliant and she's dedicated and she's tough and she's exactly what you'd want in anybody who's administrating law and making sure that everybody is getting a fair shake. She also happens to be the best looking attorney general in the country. Kamala Harris is here. Like Obama getting freaky on Kamala like crazy right after his election. He was riding high after 2012, I guess. Wap Addict, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping somebody else join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Appreciate you. I mean, like, here, let me see if I can pull up what Kamala Harris at the DNC a little while ago. Kamala Harris was actually an organizer for Obama back in 2008 and 2012. She actually organized for him in Iowa, I think in California as well, and at some other states, maybe Michigan too. Let me see if I can pull this up. It's still on. There's the old videos on her YouTube channel. If we go here, crazy, right? Go here, sort by oldest. And so 16 years ago, back when she was working as a DA, but her in 2008, let's see if I can pull some of this up. Some speeches. Where's her speech at the DNC? Speaks at his 50th birthday.
Born in Oakland. In fact, when all those people thought we couldn't win that AG's race, we had the secret weapon. They didn't know I was born in Oakland.
See, anyways, Obama saw that and he was like, "Damn, she hot as hell." That married man. Yeah, bro, fell out of a coconut tree when he saw that. So yeah, here's Kamala Harris at the 2012 DNC.
Anderson, I'm here with Kamala, who is the Attorney General of California. I lost my train of thought because so many people are here getting their
energy around this election cycle.
So yeah. Oh yeah. Also, right after, a little after he called her super hot, he then had to come out and apologize. The next day, he said he had to come out and publicly apologize for his comments. The clarity hit and he was like, oh, oops. So listen. I don't know. Maybe Michelle like whacked him with a fucking rolled up newspaper or something. But he had to come out and be like, I'm sorry. Please forgive. Please forgive. Oh, I'm married. Listen. Everybody talks about falling out of a coconut tree, but nobody talks about what happens when you hit the ground. Yeah, he was sleeping he had to sleep in the Oval Office after that one. He had to sleep in the Oval Office. That one wasn't good. That one was bad. But anyways, he was like, oh yeah, Kamala Harris, super cringe, super bad. She'll totally, definitely lose. But then after that, and obviously everything that Kamala Harris does is now like a super, super terrible L for her. Oh, whoops. Let me pause this real quick. Pausarino Cappuccino. Her campaign's already a total mess. This is when she literally just started campaigning. I don't think she even did anything yet. The truth about Kamala Harris's surge. So this is him coping about the fact that Kamala Harris was no longer super disliked.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to...
And this is going to be really important, okay? So I want you all to remember this. Conservatives' mantra about Kamala Harris is that they believe that Kamala Harris will be totally epically hated, probably even more than Hillary Clinton, once people hear her speak, okay? And so this is what we call in the business cope. And so this was Red Eagle coping about it a little while ago, right? Because he thinks that once Kamala Harris starts doing speeches and interviews and stuff, everybody will be like, oh, cringe. Oh, we love Donald Trump. Donald Trump, save us from this woman again, please. So he's coping about Kamala Harris actually doing well in the polls here. Which is not something he expected.
Red Eagle Politics. Make sure you guys like this video down below and subscribe to the channel if you are new. So I wanted to talk about the election, talk about the polling, and kind of analyze this quote-unquote Harris surge that we're seeing. Is it even real? What's going on with the state of the election? Because it's very true that there is some sort of energy boost that we see on the left. They're more enthusiastic now that Joe Biden is out of the way. At least that's the way it seems like on the internet. But there is something to the polling where it does beg a lot of questions. And we see this here. It's not like
the polls are wrong
amount either on Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you...
She's totally not. Just so you know, this was 3 weeks ago, but on average, Kamala Harris has gained between 4 to 10 points on Donald Trump, with a rounded average being around 6 to 8. So hasn't gained much, and she won't gain much, okay? You see, even though she did gain 8 points from where Joe Biden was.
Look at the Trump v. Biden polls. He was leading by 3.1.
So true. 3.1.
47.9%. He is currently at the same 47.9% now. However, Kamala Harris has gained about 1.4% compared to Joe Biden. A lot of those people.
Mind you, he's trying to tell his audience that everything's going to be totally fine. And this had been a little over a week since Kamala Harris had been in the race.
Partisan Democrats coming home. The polls look the way that they did probably around, a month or two ago, except there's far fewer undecideds in the mix, which is usually not good for the losing party. And you see this here, Trump with basically 48%. If he gets 48% in the popular vote, he's going to win regardless. So he's already in a very strong position. And you see this here. It's not like he's really losing any sort of ground. It's not like Trump voters are flocking to Kamala Harris. You're not seeing that whatsoever, but you are seeing this
of course.
boost for Kamala.
Just so you know, Kamala Harris is actually pulling some votes from Donald Trump.
In the media, you have like this honeymoon period or whatever. Is it really affecting the approval ratings? We'll have to look into it. because we can look at the favorable ratings of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Joe Biden's favorable rating, it's still low, but it went up a little bit actually. Donald Trump's is going up. You can look at this. Trump's favorable rating. There's a poll from ABC News that honestly, it's even questionable if you want to include it in the aggregate. The Ipsos poll, they sampled 1,200 adults, not even checking for registered voters, and it shows him taking a nosedive and Kamala just skyrocketing, which does not seem like it's an organic thing, because all the other polls,
it's all fake.
Show a tight race, like Forbes, Wall Street Journal, CNN, New York Times, Economist, etc. They show Donald Trump's favorable rating near an all-time high. The average in the recent polling is probably around, I would say, 45, 46% in the polls besides the ABC News taken after the incident in Butler, Pennsylvania, or the RNC. And you're kind of seeing it. Trump's favorable rating is near an all-time high. His net unfavorables.
Oh my gosh.
Really never been the case. You look at 2016 before Election Day, he was down -20. If you look at 2020, leading up to Election Day, he was, obviously as president, he had more, support among Republicans. He was down -13. Now he currently is down just 8.7. And you see that here. Despite a lot of negative media coverage, he's still going up, and he's on.
They're so mean to him.
That kind of does.
They're always so mean to him. You ever think about that, guys?
And this is a little strange here.
So
Kamala
strange.
Harris, she was extraordinarily unpopular. Going back to March, she had a favorable rating of 35.7%. That's in the gutter. That's below 2016 Trump. That's below any approval rating Joe Biden even has had in the aggregate. And even when she joined the ticket, her favorable rating was about 37%, 38%, and then it just skyrockets to 42. So could this be just Democrats coming home and stomaching Harris? She's still below Trump. Or is it a sign of a response bias? Because I think you could make the case for either. But if this is because Democrats are coming home or people are buying into the sugar high, that probably you could say is more of a sign of a temporary bump, and she's still not winning, which is kind of the big problem for her. But you look into this a little bit deeper, and you look at Biden's approval rating. Biden's approval rating jumped up. Democrats, if Democrats are...
So yeah, this is just basically cope about, and you'll see this from a lot of conservatives these days. You'll hear these two things: honeymoon, sugar high, honeymoon, sugar high. Red Eagle likes to say sugar high. There are a lot of other conservatives who like to say honeymoon. And every single week they claim that the honeymoon is over, but also every single week Kamala Harris gains on Donald Trump in the polls as well. So apparently it's over, but also it's getting worse for Trump at the same time. So who knows? Who knows, I guess. And this is when they were starting to get just a taste of reality about how bad things are actually going to get for Trump, that he is at his highest approval rating ever, and he's still losing to Kamala Harris in pretty substantial ways across all of the most important areas where he needs to be winning. But he's going to say, oh, actually, it's Kamala Harris. It's Kamala Harris. All of that is fake. Okay. But one thing that he doesn't talk about here is that, don't you guys think it's a little curious? Okay. So Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approval ratings in this time was going up. Okay. So if Kamala Harris's approval rating was simply due to like selection bias, right? Bias from people, like a response bias from people who answer the polls and want to answer questions from pollsters. And those people have to be like super duper pro Harris, right? Don't you make sense? Don't you think it would make sense that Donald Trump's approval rating would go down or stay the same? If those people are so super duper Democrat, hard blue, love Kamala Harris, vote blue no matter who, just like crazy lived out of their gourd people who are answering these polls, why is Donald Trump's approval rating going up so much too? The same people who are apparently like fueling the fake rise of Kamala Harris are also fueling the very real rise of Donald Trump. The same exact. Curious, isn't it? It's like when conservatives say that the election was rigged in 2020 when Trump lost, when they were on the same ballot as Trump, but they won. Curious, isn't it? Very, very interesting how that works out. Very, very interesting indeed. And then he goes on to say Trump hit a national high. Back when conservatives thought the economy was falling apart too. Has he done a recent prediction? Yeah, it's this prediction. Yeah. I want to take a look at this prediction before we go on to another guy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Political Politics. Make sure you guys like this video.
We will not be doing that.
Democrats usually peak in the polling in August, and even then she can't even lead a poll by more than enough to guarantee her a victory in the election.
So true. She's so fucking cringe.
College. That's kind of a little questionable there in terms of her ability to actually win, but it's definitely going to be a close election. It's going to come down to several swing states, but you look at the polling, is there a response bias? There usually is in August in favor of the Democrats. Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, they both had near double-digit leads in the month of August, although the response bias calmed down towards the end of the month in both instances. And Kamala Harris only leads by one. Personally, I don't think there's many undecided voters voters in this election. I think that it's going to come down to just turnout. I think Trump probably has around 48% of the country. Kamala Harris probably has 47 to 48% of the country as well. The remainder could dictate it, but turnout definitely will drive up any changes in the electorate more than anything else. So we'll have to see what happens, but we are going to fill this map out.
If he started his videos with "Hey bestie," it could increase his view count. That's true. It could.
Updated prediction for
I have to DM him about it.
August, but first I have to tell you guys about our good friend.
You will not be doing that
West
either.
Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina.
We'll be skipping this.
Republicans doing very well among Hispanic voters, working class white voters in the rural areas. They keep getting redder and redder, and it seems as if Trump, in my opinion, is going to take it by like, I don't know, 8 points or so, give or take. So we will go to
8 points or so, give or take. So just so you know, what is very curious about this is that he's now saying that Donald Trump is going to take Texas by about 8 points. That would mean that Donald Trump would be doing better. That would mean Donald Trump would be doing almost as bad. Sorry, would be almost doing as good as Hillary Clinton did when Texas was a redder state, like almost 10 years ago now, and be doing worse than Joe Biden did when Donald Trump got an incumbency boost from being the president of the United States. So he's like, oh, this is going to be a close election, but Texas is definitely going to randomly get way more red out of nowhere, even though that every single general election cycle, Texas has moved about 2 points to the left every single time, no matter how good or bad the candidates really are. They're just increasingly more Democrats. Just to let you know how kind of wild that this take is, that out of nowhere, Texas is going to be moving like 2.5, 3 points to the right just for no reason.
I believe, the
opinions on Blexus. Texas is like moving towards becoming a blue state. Like nobody can deny that. Nobody can deny that Texas is moving towards becoming a blue state. We don't know if the trend is going to continue forever, right? But there is a very clear trend right now that that we have no reason to disbelieve of every single election cycle since 2000. Since 2000, Texas has moved to the left. So let me just pull up I got 270 to win, right? Yeah, here we go. Let's look at 270 to win Texas's voting history. Just to let you know kind of how crazy this is. So I was wrong. Not since 2000, because there was 2012 where there was like a bit of a reversion. But not really by much. So Democrats got 38%. I want to look at the Democratic percentage here, because this is probably a little bit more of an important thing. I don't think Kamala Harris is going to win Texas, but I don't think she's going to lose by 8. Personally, in 2000, Democrats got 38%. 4 years later, 38.2, but then it jumped up to 43.7, went down again to 41.4. But then in 2016, Hillary Clinton, mind you, which I think is probably a much worse candidate than Obama, Kerry, and Biden, simply because of the Comey letters and all the stuff, that all the baggage she brought to the race. Was still able to pull almost as high as a percentage as Obama did in 2008. And I don't like to compare almost anybody to Obama in 2008 or just Obama in general, because Obama is just like, he was that once in a lifetime charismatic guy who could like do things that other Democrats simply can't. So just like erasing Obama a little bit, her having a comparable race to Obama in 2008 in Texas is kind of crazy if you think about it, because Obama's Obama. Obama is Obama in 2008. He's literally Obama. And for Hillary Clinton to be doing almost as well as him is kind of wild. But then came 2020, where Joe Biden put up a 46% as well. And then so we have a pretty definite trend here of almost a 10-point gain from 2020, and moving in a very clear direction. As you can just see here, the trend is very clear that every year, Texas moves about 2 points to the left. I have no reason to believe that that's going to come to some sudden halt this election cycle. Donald Trump is a more liked candidate, but I think he has less pull than he did in 2016 or 2020. For one, because Hillary Clinton was so much more of a baggage-ridden candidate, and also he was the president in 2020, and he overperformed his polls, as all incumbents do. Since the 1980s, we have evidence that incumbents overperform their polls. That's just usually what happens, right? But now that Texas is a pretty firmly conservative state, and demographics and voting habits just keep changing, Democrats have been gaining steadily, and I just don't feel like there's any reason why Kamala Harris is going to do worse than Hillary Clinton did. I think Hillary Clinton is definitely her floor, and so she's definitely probably going to do, but maybe between here, possibly even better. It depends. There's a very good likelihood that she could do better as well. I don't know, but to say like she's gonna definitely lose, she's probably going to lose around 8 to 10 is kind of crazy.
Democrat column, because that's the only likely Republican state we have. We're going to be starting off with the state of Virginia. Definitely with Trump and Biden, it was close, and it still might end up being close at the end of the day, depending on which trajectory the race takes. But keep in mind, Donald Trump fell short in the state by 10 percentage points. I think he'll do better in some of the smaller metros, might do better with some of the Hispanic voters up in the Nova region. He'll improve in the state. You have a Republican governor there, Glenn Youngkin, kind of changing up the election system a bit. That might help out. I still think it's going to be like a 5 to 6 point win for Harris as things stand today, just because she'll energize.
5 to 6 points is also kind of crazy in my opinion too. Like Virginia's not a solid blue state. It votes for Democrats a lot on like the national level recently, but I wouldn't say it's like a solid blue state. But I find it it's a little wild to say Virginia's going to be like 5 to 6 points. That's pretty low, buddy. Maybe 8 around there, but 5 points. What he's planning for right now, and this is the 16th, just so you know. He believes that this race is going to be if that's the case, he believes this race is going to be between like 3 to 5 points to the right of 2020, which we have no reason to believe that that's going to be true when Donald Trump was the president. So when Donald Trump was the literal actual president, he believes now with a better candidate by all metrics so far, than Hillary Clinton, that she's going to be doing only slightly better than Hillary Clinton, and when Donald Trump was the actual president, that he now believes that this would mean that the popular vote margin in the country, Donald Trump might win. This is him saying that Donald Trump might win the popular vote, like close to winning the popular vote. Have you asked him for a debate? Remember I said he blocked me a long time ago. He blocked me a couple years ago. He might win he thinks that Donald Trump might win the popular vote here. Like it might be a 1 point victory or something. Like Virginia moving 5 points to the right. It's what he's planning for, like a 1 point victory for Kamala Harris in the Electoral College, or maybe like a 0.01.
A lot of these, very far left individuals that have moved into Virginia, live
not the far left individuals.
Some polling that we have, I think Trump's
so scary
in the 40s nationwide, but she'll do well enough with the liberals in the Albuquerque, Santa Fe area to win the state by like 5 to 6 or so, similar to Virginia.
New Mexico seemed like a nice place.
Big swings to the right that we'll see from the 2020 election until now. So without further ado, we have to move on to the
and then the leans
by around 3 points, give or take, and that's
3 points. This would mean, so just so you know, he's planning for right now. He's planning. It's just kind of ridiculous to me. He's planning for Donald Trump to have a better election cycle than he did when he was the literal actual president, which I just don't believe is in the cards at all. Because he keeps saying like, oh, it's going to be a close election. It'll be a close election. He's planning for a way less close election here. 3 points. Remember, Donald Trump won North Carolina by a little over 1 point 4 years ago when he was the real president. What did Hillary Clinton lose North Carolina by? I'm not even sure. Let's see. It's like let's give a little looky. Just a smidgen of a look. Let's see, 46 to 49 with like 3 points, a little over 3 points. Yeah, dog, she's not losing by over 3.
Going to be enough to hold the state in his column. So already you have North Carolina in the Republican column, lean Republican.
I like a real map would put this at like tilt Republican too. Anyways, let's just take a look, because obviously you know how this is going to turn out, right? Donald Trump is going to win every swing state. Obviously, yeah, this is Red Eagle politics. Donald Trump is going to win every swing state except for Michigan, because the Gretch is pulling big for her in Michigan. He can't convince himself that Trump is going to win Michigan, but it's definitely going to be a tilt state here, you see. But yeah, every other state, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they're obviously all going to definitely totally swing towards Donald Trump, totally, and he's going to win with almost 300 votes. It is his opinion, which I know a little wild, but listen, let the boy dream. Virginia is safe, 8 to 12. Yeah, Virginia is like high likely, low safe. in my opinion. It's not. This shouldn't even. Virginia shouldn't even be in like consideration at the moment. Wisconsin is one thing. Michigan too. He gives Michigan like tilt. Harris. He thinks Harris will win Michigan by like 0.01 percentage points or something. Maybe, possibly. He also thinks that New Hampshire is going to vote for Kamala Harris by like 3 points, possibly. Like Donald Trump might win New Hampshire. Sorry, which is just wild. He also thinks that Trump is going to win Nevada by a higher margin than he'll win Arizona and Pennsylvania, a state that he couldn't even win in 2016. He's actually kind of lost his mind. But hey, listen, like that's his thing. That is his thing after all. He is a conservative prediction guy. So here's my thing, okay? Nevada is the Republicans' North Carolina, okay? You know how Democrats are always like, this is the year we're going to flip North Carolina, and North Carolina never flips? Republicans do the same exact thing about Nevada. They always think Nevada is going to flip for them in their column, but it like literally never happens. Democrats are always Democrats always overperform their polls in Nevada like almost every single time. Nevada's only getting bluer. I wouldn't say Nevada's only getting bluer. I think it's getting slightly redder. But the thing about it is that Nevada is just very sticky. It's just not a state that I think Republicans are going to do well on a national stage. Now, they have a Republican governor, but their last governor wasn't really good. It's the same. He kind of snuck in the same way that Glenn Youngkin snuck in Virginia, how he ran against a really unpopular, really poorly performing, like bad candidate Democrat. And that's how they were able to sneak in Nevada and Virginia. So I'm not sure if they're going to lose their re-elections, but I am going to tell you that that's how they got into office to begin with. And that's not going to happen this year because Kamala Harris is just simply a better candidate, but he doesn't want to admit that, because that would mean that he would have to admit that this race is actually way closer to a toss-up than he wants to believe that it is. But Nevada, Republicans always think that it's their time to flip Nevada, but it just never happens. Just so you know, actually, Joe Biden won Nevada by the same percentage points that Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I think Donald Trump was winning in the Nevada polls in both years. Let me see. Can I pull up the 538 Nevada polls? Let's see. Let's give it a small looky. So this is 2016. Let's go to 2020. No, Biden was winning in the polls here. But I know in 2016 Trump was winning in the Nevada polls against Clinton, if I remember correctly. What the fuck? 2016 Nevada forecast. Let me see if I can find this. Dude, 530 is so ass now. I'm so sad that they blew up RCP. That ABC blew up RCP. I don't know why they would do something so horrible. Yeah. So in the Real Clear Politics average in 2016, Trump totally thought that he was definitely going to epically own Hillary Clinton in Nevada, but the polls were actually almost 3 points wrong. A little over 3 points wrong. So Trump won in the average by 0.8 by election day, and Clinton won by 2.4. Also, I'm pretty sure the last senator who had their race here was also down in the polls in Nevada, but then simply just won. RCP is horrendous. Yeah, all the conservatives love RCP though because they're horrendous. But yeah.
Types are moving left. You got party registration data already looking good.
Of course, the party registration data. Another guy I want to show you before we call it a night here, because I think he's just so funny. I love him so much. He's a little baby. I want to show you him because he's always so angry all the time. In all of his videos, he's always so angry. He's a guy who calls himself Real American, right? So Real American here is a guy who also makes election prediction videos. He's a much smaller channel than Red Eagle, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have big opinions, because he definitely does. And this guy is fun. Now, Mr. Real American, he's very fun. I've been watching a couple of his videos here and there, and it's really good. So a lot of his videos these days revolve around him complaining about how all the polls are definitely wrong and terrible, right? So if you look, okay, so it's the truth about the Democrat surge.
Brand new polling data has people losing their minds over Donald Trump possibly losing.
You know,
brand new poll
from how it is. Consult, the Home Depot music,
aka Morning Consult. Because look at the top line: Donald Trump is losing to Kamala Harris by 4 points, and everyone's running with it. They're all saying this is proof of Harris winning in a landslide.
So true.
It's officially over for Trump.
It's
That's
over.
What a bunch of people are saying. So I just think, you know what? We're going to spend an entire video looking at the recent polling that has Harris up by a couple points and explain why the top line, especially on Morning Compost, makes no sense whatsoever.
Not the fucking Morning Compost.
Now, I want to be clear.
It won't come back from this
every
one.
poll that has Harris winning is fake. I'm not saying that whatsoever. Hell, I'm going to admit that, you know, CBS News, they have Harris up by a point. Same thing with like Reuters. TIP, they released a poll, which, by the way, TIP is one of the most accurate pollsters in America, and they have Harris up by 1.
Nevada for Trump, didn't it go for Biden by like 6 last time? No, Clinton and Biden won Nevada by the same percentage points. Actually the same percentage points, 2.4 exactly, both times 2.4. Yeah. So no, it wasn't like a huge resounding victory, but it was. Donald Trump was not like super close to winning North Carolina winning Nevada in either election.
1. Which, funny enough, that's actually a swing towards Trump since their last poll. But no,
so true.
Either way, I'm mostly talking about Morning Consult, Civics, Survey USA, which I don't think Survey USA or even Civics, they're faking their data. I just think that they are dealing with an incredible response bias. But Morning Consult, I really believe they're pulling some shenanigans here. I know that.
So just so you know, he's laying the groundwork to say that not only are the polls wrong in his personal opinion when it comes to the results that they show, but the organizations that are putting out these polls are cooking their data specifically to demoralize conservatives and to lay the groundwork for like stealing the election for Trump or something. They're trying to demoralize conservatives to get them to not vote and corrupt the election by putting out fake data. So that's why they're lying in their polls. They're making fake polls and putting them out. Can you explain what they mean by response bias? Yeah, so in polls, obviously in polls, what happens is the pollster they're like little studies, okay? So they form a methodology. They know what questions they want to ask, what people they want, and they go out into the field, which means they begin fielding questions. They begin fielding questions from just Americans, right? They want a percentage from this part of the country, percentage from this part of the country, this demographic. They would like to fill it out and make it relatively close to how the American electorate looks, right? Not exactly, but they would like it to get relatively close if possible. And when they don't, they weigh different people's votes. So if they have too much of this people, they put a weight on it, meaning it's each vote is actually counted for less because there's too many of you. So we want to bring that down to a level where we personally believe it would be more where we have calculated where it would be more representative of the like populace that we're trying to poll. Okay, so when these people bring up response bias, it refers to the bias in people responding to a pollster's like inquiry when they ask them to answer questions. Okay, so what a lot of these conservatives are going to talk about is that these polls have crazy response bias in the sense of Kamala Harris voters are more likely to pick up the phone and answer the questions and go through the questions and talk to the pollster than Donald Trump voters. And so that's why the polls show Kamala Harris winning, but all that showing is the fact that Kamala Harris voters want to pick up the phone more. Now, it is true that some of these polls have more Democrats picking up the phone than Republicans, but once again, remember I told you that these polls get weighted. And also in these same exact polls, Donald Trump's approval rating is going up. So that means that there are enough conservative leaning people who think highly or more highly of Donald Trump on the same ticket, on the same poll as people who want to vote for Kamala Harris by more and more percentage points each and every week. So yeah, that's what he means by response bias. It's just this big, like, kind of catch-all cope for kind of disregarding the top line numbers, and the top line referring to the numbers that you would see from a poll. It's just this big catch-all, like, net cope for throwing away or disregarding the top line numbers from a poll that you personally don't like. Just to throw out its response bias and then just kind of walk away. It's kind of it, right? That's the thing. Now, talking about and understanding and like being worried about response bias, that's not a big problem, okay? And let me explain. In 2020, you may have heard that the polls were wrong because the polls underestimated Donald Trump, and Donald Trump overperformed his polls, and the polls were like so epically, horribly wrong in favor of Joe Biden. And why did that happen? And now a lot of pollsters, like, honestly just genuinely don't know what the hell happened. But one reason for why people bring that up is response bias, is that the more liberal left-wing voters were more likely to be at home self-isolating, and like not going out in public and like licking doorknobs and like coughing in people's faces like conservatives were. So they had more time to pick up phones and answer questions, and so that's how they got a response bias, right? And while that's possibly an explanation, also we know that Donald Trump was the incumbent, and incumbents overperformed their polls. And what we also know is that even if you call the polls wrong, what we do know is that what wasn't wrong was the number of people who were going to vote for Joe Biden. What was wrong was the number of people who were going to vote for Donald Trump. So Trump voters were just less likely to come out. So Trump voters were more likely to say they're like not sure or something. And people who were undecided at that point in the election were more likely to break for Trump. But that didn't mean that they had too many Democrats. It just meant that they didn't have enough Republicans there. Meaning that, and this is something that I want to show you really quick, because I don't know why, but polls have become my new little special interest. So sorry if I'm yapping at you all a little bit about this, but I want to show you a little something because I thought this was super interesting. Can I pull this up here? Where's this from? Was this from today or was this from the other day? Did I like it or did I save it? I hope I saved it. I don't think I saved it. Let me see if I can find it in my likes. What was right actually was the amount of people who are actually going to vote for Joe Biden. So back in 2020, let me see if I can show you if I have this. This is actually so interesting. It was really interesting. The numbers for Donald Trump were very wrong, but the numbers for Joe Biden were very right. They were always within around 2 percentage points, actually incredibly close. And so all you had to do was look at the number of people who were going to be voting for Joe Biden to kind of figure out whether or not he had a high possibility of winning the state. I don't think I can find this. I don't think I can find this right now. But yeah, apparently I didn't like this earlier today. Man, that sucks. That was such a good chart too. That was a really good chart. Yeah, I viewed that earlier today, but yeah, it's not I can't pull this up right now. Yeah, that sucks. But I think I may be able to. I don't like 538, but let me see if it. Sorry, I don't like Real Clear Politics. But let me see if I can just pull this up in Real Clear, for you really quick. RCP Wisconsin, because a lot of people are shitting on the Wisconsin polls for being super wrong, and Wisconsin is a harder state to poll. But I want to show you something incredibly interesting, okay? So I want you to take a look at this. Now, a lot of people, when they talk about the polls being wrong, the thing that they talk about here is the spread. And the spread means the difference between the two people who are being polled, the two, subjects who are being polled, right? The final RCP average here was Biden plus 6.7. meaning that Biden was 6 points ahead of Donald Trump in the average at the end of the day, before the election, right when they shut everything down. Okay. But the actual final election results was Biden plus 0.7, okay, which obviously is 6 points incorrect, which is a massive disparity, and which would a lot of people would say the polls were very wrong. But here's something that's incredibly important, okay, is I don't want you to look at the spread. I want you to look at Biden's the number of people who said that they were going to vote for Biden here in the final results versus the RCP average. So here's what I'm highlighting right here, okay? So the RCP average was 51% of people saying that they wanted to vote for Biden, and the final average was 49.6. Okay, so this is just about 2 points wrong. This right here was just about 2 points wrong, and the rest of the error came from Donald Trump's side here, who overperformed the poll by over 4 points, and that's how you got to the disparity of 6.7 to 0.7. But one thing that I want you to understand here is the really interesting part is that this is well within any margin of error. Most polls have a margin of error around 3 to 4 percentage points, and this is incredibly close. And also something that we know is that since Biden was over 50% in the end, at the end, the likelihood of Donald Trump being able to wrap up the rest of the voters who were out there who needed to finally make a decision by the end of the day probably weren't going to be enough for him to win. And yes, Biden underperformed this number, but not by very much. And it was still enough to take the lead from Trump, and by I wouldn't say a comfortable margin, but still almost a percentage point is still almost a percentage point. And we could see that there was a lot of headroom for Trump to go upwards, which is something that you should have expected. But there wasn't too much room for Biden to fall because he was already over 50%. And so if we can take a look, at this, okay? But we can also go back to 2016 where he won by a similar percentage point margin from Hillary Clinton. And so this was even more interesting. So people look at the spread. At the end of the day, it was Clinton plus 6.5, but it ended up being Trump plus 0.7. And but like we did the last time, let's look at the Democrats' number. The Democrats' number here in the final average from all of the polls was 46.8. And the final result for Clinton was actually 46.5. The polls were very right, but not in the way that a lot of people can imagine they want them to be right, which is the spread. A lot of people worry about the spread, but this is important to look at for this election and to keep in mind if you ever look at any polls is don't look at the spread, look at where people are. What's the difference between Clinton's numbers and Trump's? What's the difference between Clinton's numbers and Biden's numbers from 2016 to 2020? That's right. The difference is Clinton never reached 50%. But Biden consistently stayed around 50%. He was always posting either near 50s or over 50s, while Clinton almost never posted a 50. And actually leading up to the ending of the race, Hillary Clinton never posted a 50, which can tell you that that there's a lot of volatility left in the race, and if the Democrat can't crack 50 consistently, the likelihood of them winning the state is very low compared to Trump, because the voters that are floating out there for whatever reason, doing or thinking whatever, right? They're likely to be Trump voters at the end of the day. They're not undecideds. They're just people who don't say that they're voting for Trump. Either polls don't reach, or they were Johnson voters who decided to jump ship, or they weren't out there really going to think that they're going to vote at all, but they're people who just come out specifically to vote for Trump. There's a lot of things out there for reasons why, and there's probably a litany of reasons for a menagerie of reasons for this menagerie of people. But one thing that's important to remember is that the Democrat number is almost always right in these types of polls. But the Republican number is the one that changes. And if the Democrat can find a way to reach, and if the Democrat can find a way to reach 50% consistently in the state polls, the likelihood of them winning the state is very high, even if there is turbulence, which is something that's dangerous for Donald Trump, because Kamala Harris is slowly but surely reaching 50% in a lot of these polls. And I want to I'll come down and show you. We're still using like Real Clear. I hate Real Clear, but we're just gonna have to for a moment. It's just easier to go around to like historical things. But Kamala Harris has been slowly but surely creeping her way up to 50%. Right now, she's hovering around 40, like the low 48s. There's no reason to believe that this is not going to continue for her to go further and then stick around 50%, which is very close to where she is at the moment. And so if she's able to reach around 50% and stick around 50% by the end of this election cycle, the likelihood that Donald Trump is going to win this election is low. Even if guys like this want to complain about response bias, and they can all day that they want. But yeah, this guy's interesting. The one thing that I really want, okay? The one thing that I really, really want is for people like this to be, to have made videos during the 2020 election cycle. And boy, howdy, I got exactly what I wanted. Because he did. He was around back in 2020. Okay? Republicans' national surge in party affiliations. Holy crap. He was. These are my favorite. These are my favorite types of videos. Okay? Because you know this is freshly, because you know this is like well fermented cope from down here. All right? Well fermented cope. Where's his final prediction? Extremely early. Let me see if I can just give it a little look. Just a small look, just a smidgen. 24, 20. It's 2022. Wait, when did these videos come out?
What is up, guys? It is me, Real American Politics.
Okay. He's cute. Baby. He's cute. Let's see. Where was this? Hello, what's up? His Senate prediction. Was his Senate prediction crazy? I forget.
I wanted to take a step back from the election right now and discuss the 2022 Senate races because a lot is happening already for 2022.
That's true. A lot do be happening. And he predicted Republicans were going to get 52 seats in 2022. Obviously, he was incredibly wildly wrong. as you can expect. He talked about the Republican surge. Oh yeah, this video was actually just him screaming.
Hello, it is me, Real American Politics. I can't believe I'm making this video. Oh my god. So I decided to take a look at the 2020 election forecast from 538. What I saw is the most ridiculous nonsense I have ever seen. Right?
So
I'm gonna make
disgusting.
A map right to show you guys how nonsense 538 is. All right. So already I created the safe map. You notice anything a bit strange with the safe map? Anything at all? You know, New Hampshire safe, according to Nate Silver's forecast. Colorado, New Mexico safe. All right? Man at large is safe. What? What? And look, South Carolina isn't safe. This is not a joke. These two states, South Carolina, Alaska, they're not safe. Kansas isn't safe. Guys, I'm going to show you guys the map. I'm going to make the map in front of
538
no
Cook.
edits. I'm going to show you guys how nonsense this is. According to Nate Silver, Biden starts out with a 216 electoral safe map. What? Guys, Biden's going to lose the state by at least 6 or 7. He did awful there in the Iowa caucuses. He did a disaster.
Now, this part was true, but now not every one of the predictions are right or wrong. But I just think it's funny just going through this. Like, look at this one.
Finally, a tilt margin. Oh my god, guys, you already know what this video is turning into. Iowa. Oh god, I want to see.
Oh yeah, can you imagine the idea that Joe Biden would win Georgia?
Tilt margin.
Oh my, can you even?
A close margin twice. Yeah, that's reasonable. Some of Biden's going to turn out.
Yeah, can you imagine that Joe Biden would actually win Arizona? Crazy, isn't it? Oh, I'm losing. Who would believe this garbage, man? Who would believe this? They're so good. So this was post the first debate.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Real American.
And so after the first debate, he was like, "Yep, this is what he thought the map was after the first debate." Obviously, Donald Trump on a quick path to victory. Maybe Minnesota. Donald Trump has a good chance to win Minnesota. Actually, he was totally going to win Minnesota by a lower margin in his opinion than Nevada. His genuine, actual, real opinion. It's just so fun. They're such curious people. Mind you, he won Minnesota by almost 10 points. By almost 10 points. He also New Hampshire. He thought he was gonna scoop up New Hampshire too. He's just so curious. He's just an interesting guy. All of his very interesting beliefs about the world are just, I don't know. I can't stop. I can't stop. They're just so peculiar. Wait, can I see his he didn't stream on election night. But he did stream, his 2022 election stream. They went through
New York carry.
Him and his friends went through like the stages of grief this night. It was kind of wild looking. The Quit 45. I actually don't know that guy. Wait, there's some here. The beginning of the dooming.
So
here
sad.
Yeah,
Fung down by like 3.
I don't know if Fung's gonna be able to recover from that.
It's okay. There's.
Wait, let me see.
That we know. Yeah, who's winning Arizona?
Yeah, there's no freaking reason it should take freaking 80 hours just to count like 2 votes. That's ridiculous, and I hope that doesn't happen.
France is a nation of like 40 million.
Louisville, Lexington, Indianapolis, and these burb counties vote because that's where the elections are going to be won or lost for Republicans. Let's see here.
One by a huge amount or one by a small amount.
Yeah.
Really.
So wholesome DJ Aftershock for
I'll check that out in a
Have
sec.
you heard the new Libhopium on Twitter where people are saying that Dems tend to will vote during the evening since they get off work? That is such a cope. I mean, like that. Yes, there is some studies that say they do vote later, but there's some studies that say otherwise. But people that say, oh, they're gonna vote like later, it's like maybe, but not not in the margins they need.
That chat, not in the margin chat. That's what we call foreshadowing.
They don't have enough. So
that's what we call is foreshadowing.
Why is Kirk dreaming about Arizona? I think he's overreacting and trying to get people to vote. That's what I think he's trying to do.
That's 100% what he's doing.
Yeah.
Totally overreacting.
Let's see here. When does anything cool happen in Indiana?
Maybe even coping. So anyways, did you spend election night trolling these chats? No, because it's better when they're it's better when you don't like mess with them, you know? It's like watching wildlife in their natural habitat. It's much better when you can look from a distance and see what they're up to. But no, here.
Yeah, Fung down by like 3.
So as the night goes on, obviously you can imagine their cope starts to like grow stronger, and this is when the dooming begins.
I don't know if Fung's gonna be able to recover from that.
It's okay. There's still like 11%, and we can still have hope for Fung.
Come on, Fung. Come on.
Come on, Fung. Come on, Vinny.
Come on, Fung.
The seat just might be too blue to.
I don't know. It just. So how are we feeling on everything so far? It's so far been a mixed
CNN
night.
just called Missouri for Valentine.
You're full of. Get out of here.
Stop yanking our chains, man.
The New Mexico House seats are starting to report, but there's not a lot of numbers in yet.
Okay, we're getting results from Iowa. I call the governorships in a lot of these states. I don't think I got to say much. Yeah.
Switching to the governors, he's like, well, the governors are going well, guys.
So Bud's expanding his lead. Vance is about to take over. It's Vance time.
Hold on.
Vance did win, but that might not be good for him. But now people think he fucks couches, so.
It's Vance time. Wyoming has been called for the governorship.
Ooh, boy.
Congratulations.
Janissaries will soon close the gap in Pennsylvania and shall. Oh! New York Times has results coming in for Odeya.
Odeya, 78 votes.
And then the denial hits. Once the votes start getting worse.
I have a feeling that the Florida results made everyone feel super optimistic about GOP chances. Some of these early results make people doom, and then and then by the end of the night, people will feel better again. That's just my gut feel.
Yeah, I think
for Republicans.
We're gonna be in a situation where we're gonna realize, we're doomed and we're freaking nothing. It's small results. It's like there are parts Republicans are underperforming expectations. There are some areas, absolutely, but it's not this massive 50-point underperformance.
Yeah. It's more regional, and I've had this feeling for a while that this could be a more regional midterm, and it looks like it could be that way.
We're losing by a reasonable
We're not going to
margin.
do. We're going to be optimistic. We're going to be hopeful.
Zelda 23% of the Bronx, everybody's saying. That's good news, if that's the case.
I don't know anything about the Bronx, so I can't comment.
He's at 23. Oh my gosh, that's big. Trump got 16 here.
One interesting thing is that Cuellar is doing really much better.
Walker's taking the lead. Walker's taking it.
Yep. He thought, oh yeah, also these guys definitely really wanted Herschel Walker to win the election in Georgia too. And they were pretty convinced that that was going to happen. But obviously it didn't.
Is going to shit.
And then the anger came.
I have.
I need to see if Zeldin breaks 40.
Zeldin went on to lose as well by quite a good margin.
I need to see. Yeah, Hung Kao's lost and Alan Fung is lost. I'm sorry for repeating myself 1,000 times, right?
Cringe. Ron Chetty is down by 11.
Oh, but that's early vote, right?
Who knows with some of these states? I mean,
apparently somebody's saying Sandy Smith. How is Sandy Smith doing? Is she overperforming or underperforming?
She's doing way worse than expected. Last time I checked, she's down by.
Sandy Smith is down by like 8.
Yeah, she was.
Jesus.
I don't think Bohein's
Jesus.
Are you shitting me?
We're
Esther Joy King is above Eric Sorensen, 53 to 47.
No word.
Bohein's is losing. Are you kidding me?
He was 70% in. He's down by 7.
Okay, I think the last 30% should break for ours though. By a lot.
This election's been a freaking disappointment. Virginia 7 just flipped.
The election's not even over.
Wait, Virginia 7 flipped a screenwriter?
Douglas Vincent Mastriano, he will win.
I'm sure that won't be relevant. What was this?
Oh my
Here are
god.
some evidence-based strategies that can help you cope with electoral loss.
God. Oh my god.
Come on, folks.
How to cope with electoral loss.
Plunge your face
Here's a 6th way. It's called alcohol.
Plunge your face.
I can't do this anymore. I'm going. I
wonder what.
Oh, these bro, little bro was having a meltdown, man. The bargaining stage.
Okay, Florida was red. We can.
Give me some
Still
hope now, guys.
Is ever seriously about to freaking win?
No.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, just so you know, this guy is from Wisconsin, so he's really invested in Wisconsin politics, and he's really angry that Wisconsin has been voting down Republican bullshit for the last couple of years.
You're not. Please don't say that.
I'm begging you. I'm begging
We're saying
you.
Zeldin just crossed the threshold. Let's see here.
I'm on my knees.
36% of Queens. Yes, that's what he needs. 26
It's
Brooklyn.
gonna be so fucking stupid if we somehow.
Kevin McCarthy, this is your fault. I'm blaming this on Kevin McCarthy.
Where did Republicans go wrong?
How the frick does Michaels? What?
They went from Glenn Youngkin. They went from winning Virginia to losing.
I don't get how Michael. What? How does Michaels do worse than
75% of the vote. It's 25% is still outstanding. Michael should not concede.
Of course.
What is he doing?
Never give up. Never stop fighting.
No.
Acceptance.
To, like, mess up in Alaska. That's where it all went wrong, honestly. It all went wrong in Alaska.
I would say you had, two. I would say two.
Just so you know what they're talking about, it's Mary Peltola, the first Democrat to win the one the one statewide seat that is Alaska. Mary Peltola took it from a guy who was who had been in Congress for I think the longest, 50 years or something, 50 maybe 60 years, something along those lines. He died, and Mary Peltola, as somebody of native Alaskan heritage, won the seat there, and so now finally, for the first time in years, Alaska is represented by a statewide Democrat. It's very possible that one day in the future, Peltola could easily be the senator from Alaska, picking off what was thought to be a safe Republican seat. What's really telling about this to me is the way they talk about things like fantasy football. Yeah, a little bit, right? Yeah, a little bit, right? Oh, and he was really angry here too because Wisconsin voted down this like crazy amendment for the from the like legislative conservatives to strip Tony Evers of more power. And then Rasmussen reports, like that shitty Republican poll is now making YouTube video copes for conservatives to tell them that they're like everything's actually going to be totally fine. And in our polls, the real polls, Donald Trump is still up big up, and will always be up because he big man, big up, big wins for big America. And so yeah, these have been funny. There's more out there. There's even more out there. But I don't want to. I can't be here all night. I'm so tired now. I took my sleeping medicine when I came back actually now because I wanted to use it as a timer for when I need to go to bed. And I think now is the time. Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate you. It's been an incredibly fun night, but I gotta get out of here, and I hope to see you again on another meme stream. So take care. I'm happy to be back, and I think this is gonna be really sick. I think we're in for some good stuff. We're so back, possibly never even been more back. But the question is, what are we going to talk about tomorrow? What is it going to be? Well, let me tell you. Andrew Tate has been arrested again and been hit with even more charges, and the amount of victims that the amount of victims in his court case has gone up multiple times over to now over 40 victims in total. And this time it's incredibly more notable because you see that number? Two of the victims are minors, a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old. Both Mr. Andrew Tate is accused of committing criminal acts with. You can imagine what that means. So I want to talk about that. I want to do like an actual state of the race, like go over everything that I know to tell you guys about where I think Kamala Harris is and the possibility of her winning, how that can work, how that might look, and how her election has been in the last month that she's been in the race. Because 2 days ago one day ago marked the 1 month anniversary of Joe Biden dropping out of the race and Kamala Harris entering the race on behalf of him to defeat Donald Trump. So I think that would be interesting to see like a state of the race, see how we're doing with all of that, and see where she is, what ground she has to make up, and what the race really looks like. So I want to do that too. Charlie Kirk apparently had a debate with TYT while he was at the DNC, so I think that could definitely be fun to go over. I want to go over the rest of these crazy election prediction videos by hacky conservatives to see what happens there. I think that could be I think that could be super interesting too. RFK, we need to talk about RFK dropping out of the race because he was in the race to rat fuck Joe Biden, but now he's dropping out because he realized that he's only obliterating Donald Trump, and now he wants some shitty lackey position in his campaign, and in return he'll sell his soul to the devil. So he's a cheap whore, cheap whore bitch. Hate to see it, little slutty boy. So I think that's all those things that we want to that I want to go over. So yeah, there we go. I think it's going to be a little bit of a packed stream. I want to get to work a little earlier, but we should be able to get to most all of it. But thank you for watching. I really appreciate you. One of the most important things now is seeing where the polls shift now that Kamala Harris is known by most people to be the nominee. Like obviously, like I said earlier, she was the nominee previously. Like they nominated her by a virtual roll call earlier officially, but now she's formally it. And most people don't really, pay attention until the conventions roll around. So now that people know and she has accepted the nomination formally, we are in the race. The race has begun. Everything else until now was the preamble. Everything up until now had been the preview. It was the commercials before the movie, but now the room gets dark and we are locked in. Grab your glizzy, grab your popped corn. Because it's coming. It is coming. It's going to be interesting. So thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the love. And I hope to have you back again for another meme stream. Have a good night.